Mike Estrada.
Is not available. Record your message at the tone. When
And just remember, if you do ask to cut the mic, please say it in the mic. We have an operator.
All right, everyone. We'd like to begin soon. We're going to ask for a 30-second countdown. I'd like to welcome everybody today. I'm President Garcia Morales, and I call this work session of February 7th, 2024 to order. The time is 4:05 p.m. I'd like to remind everybody to please silence their electronic devices. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Trustee Zamora. Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Guzman, you ready to make the motion to approve the agenda?
Madam President, members of the board, I would like to make a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. Additional reference material is provided for item 2.03, appointment of Brenda Larson Mitchell as superintendent.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Brooks. Please cast your vote. Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes. Excuse me, we have Trustee Williams on the phone. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. All right. We are going to move on to item 2.01, the resignation of the superintendent, discussion and possible action on the approval of the conditional resignation and acceptance of the third amendment to the employee agreement between the Board of Trustees and Dr. Jara. Colleagues, in the manner, the way that we typically do conduct meetings, we have a presentation of some sort, and then we take public comment, and then we make a motion to vote. So I'm gonna begin actually with this item, since I am the contact person. One more thing before we get started, just in order to get into the queue, I will need your help with raising your paddle. And I think that's pretty much it on that end. Thank you in advance for your support. So my colleagues on the left and right of me to help me determine who is up next. This item was brought by 3 members, and so because we share this item, we are going to be, I'm going to be extending the opportunity for them to also provide their remarks as part of the presentation before. Again, we accept public comment, and we'll begin with individuals who signed up in advance. Recently, back in end of last year, the board officers met with the Assembly Chairman, and I was personally concerned with the ongoing vitriol and disrespect that some people in our community have for Dr. Jara. Earlier this year, Dr. Jara and I spoke, and I asked him to consider a mutual agreement that would help him step aside and allow the district, or CCSD, to focus on moving forward and refocus our community's energy. This conversation occurred after I spoke with two of my peers to ensure that I had support to request the agenda items if necessary. And even as the board president, I don't have the unilateral authority to bring items before you, which is why three of us work together to determine the most efficient and least disruptive path for the district. The three of us agreed, and this shift only works by ensuring a smooth transition and avoiding unnecessary chaos and distractions. My goal in moving in this direction was to use the lessons that I have learned from previous occurrences on this board and really to ensure that this item doesn't have to be contentious at all for us, even if external voices have a lot to gain or strongly encouraging us to make it one. This proposal allows us to continue focusing on student outcomes and stabilizing the district. A change like this can create systemic levels of uncertainty, which can negatively impact students and employees of the organization at large. Again, this is why these items are being brought to you today to consider. And as we embark on renewing our 5-year strategic plan, we're asking for your support in moving the district forward so we can focus on things that matter versus interpersonal conflict. Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I think something that the community is curious about is the payout and why it was put as the first piece on the agenda. And I just feel that it would be good for us to explain it to the community, because I have always been one who thinks that the community needs to know everything. So I first want people to understand termination for cause, because I know I've seen it on X and I've had lots of phone calls. Some of you in the audience have called me and told me we really need to terminate for cause. And I just want you to know that on the 6th page of the contract, it starts with all 8 of the pieces of the agenda of the contract that we can terminate for cause. This is really important because nothing that we have could be termination for cause. So I want the community to understand that. If we were to do that, we would be sued, and it would be a very costly thing. And when we take our oath, it's with fiduciary responsibility. So know that. And I believe that if we part ways and we ensure that that the parting is good for all parties, I mean, I do negotiate for a living, then that is an important piece. And so I just wanted folks to understand. Now, if we are, and I'm not making any assumptions, but if we are to go with termination for convenience, it's going to be more, because in the contract, and I'm sure you all read his contract, in the contract it says that we would have to pay out for twice as much. So I just want the community to understand that this is something that was well thought out. We didn't just do it because we thought that this was something that someone called for us to do. It was a well thought out process.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't have a lot to add to the sentiments of my peers other than some historical context. When the agenda item was posted, there was quite a bit of chatter about how this is a repeat of the board's previous actions, and I don't feel that this is accurate. This board has a reputation, and we're trying to do better, and this is a show of that. This partnership between what is considered two different factions of the board is to move us forward so that we can actually do this as a unifying act. And after this agenda item was posted, many people reached out to me and asked if it meant that I was less supportive of the superintendent. And I think it's important that people understand that I think he has been a very convenient scapegoat for some longstanding systemic issues. And if we continue to focus on these interpersonal power struggles, we're never going to actually talk about students or student success. So this is an act of kindness. It is a chance to give people freedom to focus on the things that they need to focus on so that we can all move together forward.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. And just a note of appreciation to my colleagues for your grace and maybe the pressure that you also received externally from various community members and parties to be heard and I recognize that you had limited information because open meeting law, we wanted to make sure that we had these discussions in public versus behind closed doors to ensure that this was a transparent process. Okay, at this time, I'm going to move on to Trustee Cavazos, I believe you have a question?
Yes, I had a question. Was your statement and Trustee Guzman's statement, was that the presentation that, and also Trustee Brooks, who is not an officer right now, but I understand that you two are officers. So the rest of us cannot comment at this time until after public comment. Discussion is closed to the rest of us.
We traditionally have, I'm open to your suggestions if what I hear you saying is that we should have a discussion and then hear public comment afterwards. Is that what I hear you saying? We typically.
No, not really. I thought that we were not going to have any discussion, any comments from the board other than your statement, which I took as a presentation. Then we would hear from the community, and then we would have the discussion. But we have now had a comment from Trustee Guzman and a comment from Trustee Brooks. So I thought, that comments would be open to all of us right now at this time. Are they?
It's because we brought the item to the trustee.
Nope. Thank you for, I see what you're saying. No, at this time, I'm going to move on to public comment. Just simply, Trustee Brooks and Trustee Guzman were
So the rest of us cannot comment at this time?
Trustee Cavazos, I just asked you if you'd like to provide comment, and you said no.
Oh, I thought you
necessarily.
said suggestions. Yes, I would like to provide
Okay,
public comment.
perfect. Well,
I would like to state that I appreciate your statement and your elaboration of how this came about, and I appreciate Trustee Guzman's statement also, but as one of the trustees that was not included in the, shall we say, the configuration of this statement and this item, I do want to state that that this is something that where we have the two issues of transparency and accountability again coming into place. I'm not saying that for applause, I'm just saying that to confirm, because I've had a lot of inquiries like, how did this come about? And I said the president is allowed, as the former president is allowed with two other consultation, as President Garcia Morales stated, to go ahead and put this on the agenda. But I wanted to clarify that only those three were involved in the, shall we say, the writing of this agenda item. And that is all I wanted to say at this time. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. So we're going to move on to individuals who signed up in advance. We're going to begin with Jose Solario, Terry Schumann, and David Gomez. If you're present, please come up to the front. And then we've got, this is an action item, and we will continue to accept yellow cards. I believe we just have a couple more that have come in. Once we open this item and begin public comment on this particular item, we will not be accepting any more yellow cards. Thank you. Mr. Solorio, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jose Solorio. I am a former school board trustee, and I take interest in what's happening with the district. I have 4 grandchildren currently attending, a wife who's been a teacher of 25 years. And so what happens with our education is very, very important. First, I'd like to commend the board members for what they do, because it takes a lot of time to be in that seat making decisions that are in the best interests of our students in our communities. So I want to thank the board members, the teachers, our staff who are providing the education. So this is what's important. I understand how this came about, and thank you for the explanation. Prior to a board meeting, you cannot have more than 3 people talk about what's going to be, otherwise that violates open meeting law. So I appreciate that was done without violating open meeting law. I want to add that these last 5 years have been trying in many different levels. COVID, kids not at school, teachers teaching in a different way. We've had lots of challenges. And I'm hoping that the resolution that's before the board today will move us in a positive manner. But I want to remind you that that you're elected into the position or appointed, and although we're here to give public comment and give your opinions, you're here because the voters thought you should represent that part of the district. So whatever you do today, if it's in the best interest of the students and it's representing the people you represent, then by all means, vote your conscience and do what you think is best. So I offer that small piece of advice. I don't want to take too much more time, but again, thank you. We've had troubling times, and I hope that the new leadership that comes through any process that we decide is given the opportunity to lead our school and our staff so that our students can succeed. One more thing, I totally agree that the challenge, the most important challenge that faces this school district is when you compare it to other school districts, we're not properly funded. Number one, back when I was on the board, number one back now. I'm so happy that we've had 10%, 9% raises. That is fantastic. But you got to look at schools like Connecticut, and I'm down to 8 seconds, and I hope that we can address that. Thank you very much.
Is Terry present? Okay. Thank you, Terry. Mr. Gomez, followed by Yolanda Washington, James Bayless, David Gomez, Yolanda Washington, James Bayless, Michael Jan. Is Michael here? Come on through. I think you're next. I don't see those other individuals yet, so please come on through. Thank you.
All right. Hello, I'm Michael Jan, teacher at Centennial High School. Well, here we go again. The failed superintendent offers to resign, but not without extorting you for a big payout. Don't do it. Trust me, I will be doing cartwheels along with the rest of Clark County when he finally leaves. However, the idea of paying someone who has failed us so miserably over $500,000 is something I cannot abide. I find it suspicious he refused to go all along, but now the evidence is in over the online sexual harassment of an employee, Maureen Nisis, and the investigation you tried to sweep under the rug has been turned over to authorities. Now he wants to go. Or maybe it has to do with the recruiting event down in Miami and the misuse of federal COVID funds for that. Either way, this man deserves to be terminated for cause without any payout. I'm well aware that 201 and 202 are going to result in him getting money either way. So I urge you to vote no on both. If he wants to leave, just let him leave. Speaking of wasting money, you're clearly wasting our taxpayer dollars on that group that phoned in last time. I believe AJ was his name, the guy trying to teach you how to do your jobs better. How many times did he have to keep reminding you, you need to listen to your constituents? Well, you clearly don't do that. If you don't plan on following his advice, why are you paying him? So please, listen to the people of Clark County, the employees of CCSD, the government officials of Clark County and the state of Nevada, and fire him without the payout. The next thing you could do to service the people is resign yourself. Especially the four of you who have empowered him, Trustees Garcia, Morales, Brooks, Williams, and Bustamante Adams. Thank you.
Do we have Jim Frazee? It's Jim, I know Camilla's, Bywaters is here. You'll be next after Jim. And then Amanda Simmons.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustees, for the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm an educator, and I also have the honor of being Vice President of CCEA. I am here to adamantly oppose this buyout scheme. I wholeheartedly applaud Superintendent Jara for coming to the realization that his time here in CCSD has come to an end. I simply don't believe this newfound self-awareness of his ineptness is the reason for this attempted hijacking of taxpayer dollars. I think it is a realization that his careless, self-serving actions on social media are about to catch up with him. It is not okay to engage in borderline sexual harassment activity on social media. It is not okay to then attempt to cover it up by claiming your account was hacked, as if the validity of this claim could not be determined. And it is not okay for the board's repeated demonstration of its compliant and total abandonment of any semblance of oversight of its one employee to continue. I believe that our superintendent could propose this outrageous and extravagant buyout because he could count on your naivety and subservience that you have repeatedly demonstrated, Madam President. When it comes to the relationship between the superintendent and his employer, the Board of Trustees, the tail is definitely wagging the dog. This buyout and cover-up must not be allowed to happen. CCEA calls for the superintendent to be immediately relieved of his duties pending an actual and thorough investigation of his social media activities. This, as well as other scandals such as CCSD being investigated for vacation junkets using ESSER dollars on the 4th of July to Miami Beach, warrants this action. CCEA has again surveyed its members, and of the thousands of responses we have received, a staggering 94% are strongly opposed to this item. Because we have children in the audience, I will not repeat some of the adjectives used to describe this action. Once again, you need to suspend and investigate and no to this item. Thank you for your time.
Camilla Bywaters, followed by Amanda Simmons and Dr. Tiffany Beamel.
Camila Bywaters, President of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, Vice President Tracy Lewis, Chair of Education for the National Action Network, and co-chair for the National Association for Equal Justice in America. And I'm also running for the Board of School Trustees in District E. Can't wait to hopefully get that seat. One thing I would like to say is that so many things to say here, but first and foremost, where is Superintendent Jara? We have sat through the trauma of his leadership for years now. When it wasn't popular to ask for the termination of Superintendent Jara, Lavapsy was up here saying why and giving reasons. It is absolutely disrespectful to tell the community about interpersonal conflicts and the disrespect that we've had towards Superintendent Jara. Most of us, probably 99% of us, have tried to have conversations and be in community with Superintendent Jara, i.e. Lavapsy. We had meetings when he first was doing his little tours around the city, CCSD hip hop style. We tried to have meetings with him and say, hey, we're here to work with you to bring the community together. You know what Superintendent Jara did? Every single individual that we brought in community, he divided us. So now it's us who have to apologize for the interpersonal conflict? Absolutely not. We're not going to accept that. Most people in here have tried to work one-to-one with this community. Why? Because it's for our students. It is unacceptable to blame community members, the taxpayers, for an interpersonal conflict. Absolutely not. He's still employed. Why is he not here? No one called him and said, hey, maybe you should be here because this might be our parting ways. You should have given us the common decency to leave with grace. So no, we're not accepting that it's our fault. We hired a superintendent. He's over here making more money than the governor and hasn't brought any results to our state for children. He's almost making as much as the president of the United States, and the staff, the cabinet, has not brought any results. We don't care about how smart and intelligent you are. We need a holistic picture of a leader. Resign, yes, resign, but we don't need to pay him out for what? What result? We're still the bottom of the country in education. Yeah, I'm hot about it. Whenever you blame the onlookers, Katie, you don't blame the community and the taxpayers who are upholding this state, who love our children and who do anything for our children. We do this work for free.
Amanda?
Good afternoon, President Garcia Morales and members of the board. My name is Amanda Simons. I am a school social worker and a licensed clinical social worker. I am standing in front of you this afternoon asking that you do not accept Dr. Jara's letter of resignation. I ask this of you because I believe he has failed leading our district since I began working here in August of 2019. I ask this of you because I believe he needs to be held accountable for his actions, which have created a massive amount of damage to our community. In Attachment G, there are many responsibilities listed for you as a board, many of which pertain to the board vision and strategic imperatives. If you look at Focus 2024, there are many areas that Dr. Jara has failed our community at large and should be held accountable. One specifically is employee morale, engagement, and retention. Over the past 4.5 years, school social workers have supported our community when they have shown emotional distress upon learning of a colleague's death, student's death, or for when a student has been told that their parent or guardian has passed away. We have supported colleagues in emotional turmoil over having to come to work, some of whom ultimately chose to leave this profession due to the stress, and we have had to refer colleagues to outside agencies for mental health support just to make it through the years. School social workers are not being asked to participate in discussions on how to help improve morale among our larger community or within our own profession. Our services have been outsourced to various vendors, making us feel devalued, causing discussion amongst many of us as to why we should stay. We have lost many highly qualified school social workers in the past 4.5 years. Licensed personnel fought for 9 months to get our contract. The emotional and physical toll it took on us was all horrific. We were relieved when the contract was signed, only to return from winter break and learn Dr. Jara decided to decentralize mental health services for next school year. Due to his decision, school social workers were presented to principals as a choice to be in their budget for next school year, thus our positions possibly being eliminated. School social workers already carry 4 times the national and state-recognized caseload of 1 to 250. Our community deserves nothing less than the most highly qualified school social worker in each school to support mental health and other issues within the community. Dr. Jara wants to be able just to walk away with a year's salary and all benefits, including retirement, with the stroke of a pen. This board preached mental health and the importance of having appropriate resources available to best address this issue, as did Dr. Jara. In fact, he made our community's mental health drastically worse, and school social workers are now an option. One should not be able to resign after having created an environment which significantly decreased employee morale, engagement, and
Thank you. I see that Mr. Gomez is present. Mr. Gomez, do you want to come on up? I'm going to give Yolanda Washington an opportunity in case they are here. Yolanda? Nope. Okay. Or James Bayless, also not present. Okay, after Mr. Gomez, we'll return to the list and go back to Dr. Beamel. Thank you, Tiffany.
So I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry. It's going through that thing and everything, so which public comment are we on?
The first one.
Okay. This is not an agenda item.
2.01.
Thank you. That's what I need to know. So David Gomez here, Nevada Peace Alliance president, as well as a lot of other titles that I've held over all the years of being here. And it's always sad, every time I turn around, I always see the same ethnicity, no matter where I go. I don't see a bunch of Hispanics and I don't see a bunch of blacks that are there that are supporting one community versus another. It's always the same roundabout people that are always here. I just wanted to tell you that I support this measure and moving the superintendent in this position and then also putting Brenda Larson Mitchell in position. Now, we can make it an interim position until the time comes and then make her go into a battle with whomever.
I'm sorry, excuse me. Hi, Mr. Gomez. You please stay on item 2.01, which is the resignation of the superintendent.
Okay, that's fine. I'll stay on that one. So as far as the resignation of the superintendent, I'm going to talk about something that everybody in here probably don't know and conveniently forgot. When Linda Young was a trustee, we awarded Dr. Green $2.1 million to mentor to 1, 2, or 3 students. Who gets $2.1 million? But yet you're in here battling over all the other things that we're going to talk about, of him retiring and getting his contract and everything else. We got another superintendent that decided that his mother was sick, and there was some other issues that he had as well, which I'm not going to talk about. But nevertheless, here we are saying we don't want to pay this person because everybody is worried about the giant that they're trying to fight, but nevertheless, they're not looking at the giant that they have to battle themselves, which is fear, insecurity, and all those other things. And they always show up and they always want to throw rocks and stones at a person, but obviously they can't see the understandings of, look, this is a hard job. It's a very difficult job. And at this point, you know what? The man says, I'm done and I want to be bought out. He's been humiliated publicly. I've never seen nobody humiliated that bad. And then went back and sat in the seat after they overturned the whole entire situation. So on his retirement, I think just because we award certain people money, I think you should just give it to him and let him go so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. Dr. Beamel, Dr. Beamel? Mr. Gomez, this is a perfect opportunity. Please come on up. This is a perfect opportunity to remind our audience about decorum. You may have seen a document at the beginning of upon entering this room. I'm going to ask, thank you for your patience, Dr. Beamel. I'm going to ask that there is no heckling of speakers or shouting from the audience, no personal calls in the boardroom, and when exiting, please do so quietly. We expect that speakers may not use racial slurs, personal insults, threats, or other inappropriate language during the public comment period. Speakers should address the board as a whole, not individual board members, members of CCSD staff, or members of the public. I recognize that may be challenging given that this item has a specific employee. We ask you to stay on topic. Right now, we are on topic 2.01. And if you have additional questions, please see a staff member or ask, and then we will help you clarify. Dr. Beamel, please continue.
Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. Winners never quit. That's a motto we use in school athletics all the time. We tell our fledgling little LeBrons and Tom Bradys that as they cry on the sidelines after each defeat. Winners never quit. You might say that judging Superintendent Jar's current record, there's not much winning, but okay. That aside, the work is not done. If our superintendent wants to quit, that's a personal choice. But we should not accept this resignation as is, but return to the drawing board and come up with a package that is more palatable. If I want to quit, that's my personal choice. But I do not get a golden parachute like the ones he offered to the administrators a few years back. I get to clean out my portable and walk away from my career. I don't get my 200+ sick days back. I don't get the rest of my school year paid out. I don't get well wishes and attaboys from my colleagues and administrators because they will be left scrambling to figure out what the heck to do with my 8 classes of students. I don't get the luxury of crafting a $500,000 exit strategy. It's sad, but if one wants to quit, then quit. There's a severance package. You get that, and that's it. That's more than any teacher under your purview receives. And trust when I say, any teacher walking away from their classroom after the abuse, the scars, the mental anguish of this 23-24 school year deserves more than a severance package. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please hold your applause. Is Greta Blunt Johnson present? Greta? Please come on up, Greta. After Greta, I'd love Stephen Phillips to be ready to take the microphone. And after Stephen Phillips, I'm going to have Pam Lester join us.
Madam Chair and the board members, I would like to speak against Dr. Jara receiving under resignation and receiving his service package that you all have written into the contract. I'm going to talk about the legality of it. Out of all the documents that you had provided, the 3 documents you have provided concerning Dr. Jara, the only one that was not signed, and from my understanding of the law, the documents have to be signed. The amendments, I don't care what you add to them, they need to be signed. So as far as I'm concerned, let me turn to the page. If the law says, if unsigned pages containing amendments to the superintendent's contract pertaining to benefits or provisions that would be advantageous to the superintendent upon resignation, the absence of signatures on those pages could indeed raise concerns about the circumstances surrounding the amendments. And it does appear to be suspicious, especially if the superintendent is planning to resign and to stand to benefit from those amendments. You made those amendments, and I'm talking about document number that was in your package, reference 2.01F. That document, I searched all the documents, that is the only document that is not signed. And that's where you made the change to add in that you added in to give him under Article A of that amendment, you made the changes that would benefit him right now if he was to resign. But since this is a legal document and it does not have the required signatures, check your package, the signatures are not there. If it is a question, did you all scheme to give him this package? Did you scheme with him so that he could walk out with a large package, which is really not binding because the signatures are not there? Your signatures are on every other document that you provided. That's all, and I would like to say I represent CCEA, and I'm from Canyon Springs High School. I was studying to be a lawyer. No, I don't have a law degree. The Lord called me to teach his children, and I have been blessed since I've been teaching my students. Thank you.
Is Stephen Phillips here? Stephen, not present? Okay, Pam Lester? Stephen, okay.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Stephen Phillips, for the record. I'm here today to urge you to vote no on agenda item 2.1 for many obvious reasons, the first of which being the fact that it is not in compliance with the contract as is. It is extremely questionable to rush and amend things this late in the game, and it represents a major conflict of interest, and as such, I'm urging you again to vote no and do not pass the third amendment in agenda item 2.1. Secondly, I do not think we should be hiring a permanent superintendent without using the already established interim process. Furthermore, if the board passes this item, it is well within the taxpayers' rights to sue the board. That is something I think you should consider before you cast your vote. Thank you for your time.
Pam Lester? Pam, followed by, after Pam, Vicki Kreidel, Jessica Jones, and Walter Jones.
Good evening, members of CCSD Board of Trustees. My name is Tam Lester. I'm a social studies teacher at Del Sol Academy and a proud member of CCA's exec board. I am here today to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed amendment of Dr. Jara's contract, specifically allowing him to retire while receiving a year's buyout. This decision comes at a critical juncture with our school district amidst multiple investigations and a series of failed outcomes that have deeply impacted our community. We cannot understate the suspicion of the timing of Dr. Jara's resignation and the subsequent proposal for a buyout. It is alarming to see such actions being considered, especially in the light of ongoing investigations into potential misconduct and the misuse of COVID relief funds. This is far from his only scandal. Only yesterday, Dr. Jara turned over his phone records in response to CCA's lawsuit over misogynist tweets that came from his account. The optics of offering such a buyout among these investigations raises serious questions of accountability and transparency within our leadership. These issues must be investigated, not pushed under the rug. I urge the Board of Trustees to thoroughly consider the implications of this decision. By offering a buyout to Dr. Jara, this not only sends the wrong message to our students, teachers, and staff, but undermines the trust and confidence that the community has placed in you as our Board of Trustees. We must set a standard of accountability. Please do not allow him to fail, flee, and get paid. It is crucial to address the broader implications of this amendment. The district recently announced they'll no longer provide funding to schools to employ social workers. These social workers directly impact the most sensitive and in-need population for our schools. The district's argument for not providing these funds is because their federal dollars are expiring. The same federal dollars that Dr. Jara used to send administrators to Miami over July 4th for recruitment. Instead of replacing these funds, Dr. Jara is proposing to give himself more money. Dr. Jara's proposed buyout would be able to hire roughly 5 social workers for this next year. The lack of proper priorities cannot continue. I implore the Board of Trustees to act in the best interest of our community and uphold the values of accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership. There are 4 people on this board that hold the future of our communities in our hands. Please do the right thing and hold the superintendent accountable. Thank you for your time.
Vicki Kreidel, Jessica Jones, Walter Jones.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Vicki Kreidel. I'm an elementary reading strategist and the president of NEA of Southern Nevada. I don't have a problem with Dr. Jara resigning. Things happen. I get it. But as an employee of Clark County School District, he has a contract. Many of us sat through the meetings where these terms were discussed. This is a document that he had an active part in creating. He agreed to all of the terms, so it's not right that he doesn't follow the contract, and that if he resigns, he must give 90 days notice to the board to give the board time to get an interim superintendent in place and not cause a lapse in leadership. Many educators in CCSD don't believe he should be rewarded for ignoring the terms of his contract and throwing our district into chaos. As educators, we can tell you that you shouldn't reward that. It's clear he wants to resign, as he's already submitted a letter. I think we should allow him to leave, but not with more of the district's money than he's already entitled to for resigning. As a hugely underfunded school district, we need every penny of that to support our students. You all have a fiduciary responsibility to use these funds appropriately and in the best manner. This action is not good use of the district's funds. Thank you.
Jessica Jones. Walter Jones. Walter, are you present? Walter will be after Jessica, and then Anna Binder.
Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent, for the record, my name is Jessica Jones. I'm a happy, proud kindergarten teacher on the east side of Las Vegas, and I'm also the secretary of the Clark County Education Association. I'm speaking in opposition to this item. Under this superintendent, 61% of our schools are ranked as 1 or 2 stars. When the Nevada Department of Education released its accountability report, only 33% of elementary students, 23% of middle school students, and 19% of high school students were proficient in math. MAP data, which you guys were reported on at the last board meeting, has been stagnant. The chronic absentee rate is close to 40%. CCSD has had 26 consecutive months with over 1,000 licensed educator vacancies. At least 30,000 30,000 children are sitting in classrooms without a licensed educator. And between August and December, we lost 300 additional educators. All of this is the responsibility of Superintendent Jara. He has failed CCSD students and our community in his role, and he needs to be held accountable. The superintendent has done astronomical damage to our students attending CCSD schools. Your responsibility as electeds is ensuring the success of every student through the district through clear, concise direction of the superintendent. That's stated on your webpage. It's stated when you guys take your oaths. His failures are a reflection of the failures of this board to hold him accountable. If this board accepts his resignation on the terms outlined in his reference documents, it will allow him to run away from being held accountable for what he's done to our schools, to our children, and to our community. Why are you considering rewarding his failures with $500,000 severance package? Do not approve these amendments to the contract. He deserves to be fired with cause. Remember, there are 300,000 children in this district, and what he's done to them, this has been their education. They will never get this time back, and he shouldn't be rewarded for it. Thank you.
Walter Jones. Walter, followed by Anna Binder, and then Alexis Esparza.
Good afternoon, Madam President. I'm Walter Jones III, Vice President of National Action Network. First of all, what I want to mention to you guys, I don't blame Jara, I blame the board. You guys approved everything that he put down on, that he wanted done. One thing I haven't heard no one say, when are we going to put the kids and the staff first? That's what we need to be concentrating on. If he want to resign, let him resign, whatever you guys are going to do, let's do it, but let's put the kids and the staff first. I listened to a parent a while back over on Flamingo. She didn't get paid. She was sleeping in a car. You guys are more concerned about paying him than you were paying the staff. So please, let's concentrate on the kids and the staff to make sure that we get out of number 48 and at least move up the ladder. Thank you.
Anna Binder, Alexis Esparza. I want to make sure Yolanda Washington is present, and Amanda Simmons. Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Binder.
Thank you, Madam President. Anna Binder for the record. Madam President, members of the board. Oh yeah, he's not here again. So I really want to thank my city for hosting this meeting tonight. It is the very appropriate space and venue. There's still an empty chair. I'm really disappointed in that, like you've heard other community members say. I really feel that we deserve to have his presence in the room, and it is a little discerning that we're having this huge discussion without him present. And so I also really want to give a huge thank you to our community. I know that when this agenda dropped, I spend more time in the room with you guys, I think, than anyone in the community, and it was very important to me that other people showed up. I noted 62 pages of written public comment already in board docs before 10, well, when you guys posted earlier this morning. And I tried to kind of get a visual. Most people listening in can't see this, but this room is packed. These are our educators. Everything that you guys do and choose to do affects them, and that rolls right on down to my children, to their children, to our staff, to our bus drivers, to our janitors. And so you guys have to make huge decisions, right? We talk about this all the time. I like to have the faith that the ones that you choose to do are the right ones for us, because there has to be a point when we do draw the line in the sand and move forward. And if that's whatever happens today, it is. But please, I beg you, when we move forward, that we do it with, we say student success, it's a mirage, right? It's a mirage of words, because in 5 years, we haven't seen the numbers move. And I come to you guys every meeting, and this Friday, so instead of, dealing with things, this Friday, I have to go to a manifestation hearing because we have a child of color who's deaf and mute, isn't provided an ASL interpreter, nor the technology to communicate, and this district had him arrested and put in jail without the means to say a word. And so the community here tonight is saying a lot of words that this kid couldn't even say, and now we have to go figure out how he's not punished for something that this district chose not to do for him. And I'm tired of telling you guys about stuff like this. And that should be a part of everyone's job who works here, right? From the bottom up. All of these kids are all of our responsibility, and we shouldn't have to keep fighting for situations like this when the technology is there and the staff is there to care for them. And my heart is absolutely ripped for this family. Can you imagine being mute and deaf and being arrested and thrown in jail, and you don't even know how to say to call your mother?
Is Alexis Esparza present? Okay. We're going to move on to the yellow cards. Rudy Zamora, followed by Chris June Kiliani. I think I got that right. And then Erica Amari.
Awesome. Thank you. For the record, my name is Rudy Zamora, and you all have created another dumpster fire at CCSD. It's been about 2 years since I've been up here, which means you guys have really, really missed me. So I'm glad to be back tonight. Jar has already cost CCSD $90,000 in a lawsuit when this board fired him and rehired him. And now you all want to pay him another bunch of money for what? If you all resign from your day jobs, do you guys get a nice parachute and say, hey, quit, go ahead and do nothing? No. It's the fire that you are creating, it's only going to help us get rid of the hornets, because the smoke is going to get rid of the hornets. And it's time that we expose the corruption and protect the hive. And I'm looking forward to 2025 when half of you are not sitting up there.
Chris, followed by Erica Amari.
Good evening, Christian Kiliani. I wrote all of you on Monday, but here's some of what I wrote at that time. The idea that some of you are even considering paying off HARA with our tax dollars to leave right after the school police fiasco was made public brings many issues into question. 2.1 should not be given demands by someone that has resigned. He's already had 2 amendments to his contract, a $75,000 raise, so you shouldn't have to be subjected to extortion demands in a resignation letter. He resigned and is not in a place to demand a year's worth of salary. If he wants to sue CCSD, let him. It's better than doing the wrong thing. As you know, I've been calling for his termination for 4 years. Believe me, this is not personal. It's about constant lies, manipulation of the budget, creating a hostile work environment, pitting trustees against trustees, and so much more. His leadership style has led to the distrust in this district by the public and the employees. The chaos has to stop. Everyone needs to take a breath and do what's right. And what's right is to terminate the president, the superintendent, and not pay him anything. The police camera actions showed that there was a cover-up and collusion. There should be an outside investigation into reviewing the emails about that. There should be an investigation into the superintendent leaving the scene of an accident last year, and it was covered up by staff and school police. He is not above the law. Or the issue of lying to former Speaker Frierson, or the data breach scandal, or the current investigation by the federal government. There is enough to terminate him with cause. There is enough for the whole cabinet to be investigated. Do not aid and abet him from being held accountable as these investigations are ongoing. And since you started this meeting, you stated that 3 of you put the agenda together. A truer public transparent agenda should have listed selections. It should have said, accept resignation, don't accept resignation. Let's see, it could have had terminate for cause, terminate for convenience. You could have had a laundry list so that at least people could have been discussing what the possible options were. And yet, in your backup material, there's no dollar amount for the buyout. Do not buy into this. He has made his decision, let him resign, goodbye, but do not do it so that he cannot get charged with cause. If there's investigations that find him accountable, you should still be able to deal with them. It almost sounds like you got together and said, hey, if you resign because you got pressure from the Speaker of the Assembly or whoever, and why don't you resign and we'll give you a good payout package. That's called trading favors, and it's illegal. Thank you.
Members of the board, President Dr. Jara. My name is Erica Amari. I've been in the district 10 years, first time speaker, so you can see how important this issue is to me. I'm here to speak on behalf of a no vote on this agenda item. So like I said, I've been a teacher for 10 years. To say I've seen a lot in this district would be an understatement. Dr. Jara's tenure has been something. I had much hope for him when he began, but sadly, what we've seen during his tenure is a lot of toxicity and hostility in our work environment. Speaking of hostility and toxicity, y'all do remember when he sued you guys for like $95,000 for the same exact thing he puts us through? Yeah, imagine paying that out times, how many educators do we have? 18,000 or something like that? I believe his payout for that, like I said, was like $95,000 in addition to getting his high-paying job back. He should have been grateful for keeping that high-paying job in the first place with his lackluster performance. But instead, he sued the district and took money straight from our students. I understand it's probably difficult to work for a job where everyone's calling for your resignation, from teachers to community members, all the way up to state leadership. However, he is choosing to leave without giving proper notice per his contract. That means that he leaves with nothing, in my opinion. He has an option to stay and fulfill his contract, and he's choosing not to, for whatever his reasons may be. It's not my business. So, members of the board, last meeting I sat here through a presentation of a man advising you to reach out to community members for feedback. You're getting lots of it today. I believe the feedback from your community is overwhelmingly telling you not to pay him out this exorbitant amount of money. I urge you to listen to that feedback. Do not let it fall on deaf ears, although I feel that that's exactly what will happen here tonight. If that's the case, it will not surprise me, but it will disappoint me and a lot of your community members. I say I won't be surprised because after getting a lot of feedback last time about silencing the voices of your appointed board members, you still voted to do so. Is Trustee Bustamante here today?
Please keep your remarks to the entire board.
I just wanted to say that, she wanted to heal the board and the community members when she was running for the seat. This is a really good opportunity for you to make good on that, okay? I'm running short on time, so I did just want to thank Trustee Cavazos for always holding the line and doing what your constituents have hired you to do, so thank you.
Christopher Percy, is Christopher present? Christopher is up next, then Daniel Bayo. Mr. Bayless, I saw you come in. I'll add you to the end of this list. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board.
I come tonight to tell you that I think it's a bad move to
Can you please state your name for
allow
the record?
his amendment.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Chris Percy. I would vote no on this amendment. I want to paint a picture for you of what it's like to work in a district where they have a positive culture. The last superintendent I worked under sent handwritten cards to every employee when they were hired. She was a regular in every educator's classroom. She made it a point to come and be involved with the students. She made a personal impact on the lives of every single person that she was charged with the care of in her district. In the 4 years that I've been here in Clark County, what I've seen is a board that can't get along even with itself. I've seen a superintendent that won't make eye contact with his own employees, who will go only when there's a photo op involved. I've watched as this board fired the man and then had to pay him out to rehire him after they changed their mind. And now we're faced with an opportunity to accept the man's resignation. In Clark County, it's really easy to resign from your position. You log on to HCM, you click a little box that says, I'd like to resign my position. You don't get a giant payout, you don't get your retirement, you don't get your sick days, and within 24 hours, your accounts are closed. You can't access them anymore. Dr. Jara would like to resign, he should be given the same opportunity. Just click the little box. Bye.
Is Daniel Bayo here? Daniel? Daniel, followed by Kenny Belknap. And let's see.
Hello, board. My name is Daniel Bayo. I'm a parent. The need for increased transparency in the selection of a new superintendent is important, particularly given the ongoing federal investigation in history and legal challenges. In a district that ranks as a top fifth or the fifth largest in the United States, parents deserve a clear understanding of the decision-making process to ensure accountability. The community has witnessed CCSD grappling with multiple lawsuits over the years, raising concern about governance and decision-making. It is important for the community to be informed of how these resources are allocated, especially in the context of academic performance. As a district ranking 49 of 50 academically, the community should have an understanding of how leadership decisions impact educational outcomes. In the light of current federal investigation, enhanced transparency not only serves as a proactive measure, but also demonstrates a commitment to addressing any potential issues. The community's right to know, participate, and hold the district accountable is essential for fostering an environment where all stakeholders, including students, parents, and educators, can contribute to a betterment of the CCSD. As a concerned parent with children attending CCSD schools, the call for increased transparency and synchrony of financial decision becomes deeply personal. Parents invest not only emotional but financially in the education of their children, making it imperative for them to have a clear understanding of how resources are managed within the district. Transparency is not merely a request, it's a demand, rooted in the genuine interest of the parents to ensure that every dollar spent contributes meaningfully in their children's educational experience. The community should have a clear and unobstructed view of the decision-making process, allowing for informed engagement, constructive feedback. By voicing these concerns, we advocate not just for our children, but for the collective well-being of the entire school district. It is time for CCSD to recognize the important concerns, prioritize transparency, and work with the community to build a school district that truly reflects the aspirations we hold for our children's education. Thank you.
Kenny, come on up. And then we've got Dan Hergenrader.
Good evening, trustees. For the record, my name is Kenny Belknap. I'm a social studies teacher at Liberty High School, and I am the CCEA treasurer. I'm speaking tonight against this blatantly corrupt deal that some of you on that dais tonight and our current superintendent have cooked up behind closed doors. This deal is an embodiment of everything wrong in our district under the current leadership of Superintendent Jara. Backroom deals, lacking any and all transparency, and strong-arm politics. He is now, and as he always has been, looking out for himself at the cost of the children that all of us, including yourselves, are supposed to serve. Instead of doing the right thing and acknowledging the fact that he has failed our community and resigning, he asks for a golden parachute. The same superintendent who unnecessarily dragged out contract negotiations for educators for 10 months, and by the way, still has not settled a contract with CCSD police because of some impending fiscal cliff. And now he's asking for a handout, and we're ready to just give it to him? It shows his true colors, that he does not care what happens here in CCSD. He won't even show up for a meeting anymore, as long as he and his cronies continue to line their pockets with overly rich deals. This district is facing multiple scandals, just to name a few: the police issue at Durango, the junket trips for recruiting, and don't forget the issues with our superintendent and the use of social media. All of this is grounds to fire him for cause and not pay him a dime. And as the net is closing in on Jara, he looks for an exit plan, and you're going to give it to him. It's pathetic. It's ridiculous. All of these scandals, while also seeing student achievement plummet because of Jara and Brenda Larson-Mitchell's failed policies. While the roughly $500,000 price tag might seem like a drop in the bucket in CCSD's budget, that money can and should be put to better use to make a real impact in students' educations. For example, CCSD is pulling central funding for social workers. This means countless schools across this district may very well lose their social worker for next year when our students are still in crisis. Instead of throwing good money after bad at this superintendent, CCSD can keep these desperately needed positions in some schools to support our students in crisis. I urge you, do the right thing tonight. Reject this corrupt deal for what it is, to buy out an ineffective leader and install his hand-picked replacement. Fire him for cause, install an interim, and begin a process that is transparent and involves the community you serve. You have the opportunity tonight to do something Jara and his administration have never done in their tenure. Put kids first. Thank you.
Madam President, Dan. Thank you, Dan.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Dan Hergenrader. I teach 8th grade English. I also have the pleasure of being a teacher leader with CCEA. Dr. Jara and I started in CCEA around the same time. I closely observed his selection process, and I thought at that time that he was a good choice. I stuck with Dr. Jara through some tough times, including reopening the schools, implementation of new programs and policies, many of which turned out to be wildly unpopular, as we know. I even liked most aspects of the grading reform, which puts me in rare company. However, this recent contract battle was the last straw for me. I was a part of negotiations, so I can say from experience and firsthand knowledge that this should have been an easy victory for both sides. We should have been popping champagne and posing for photo ops in April, and it's inexcusable that it went the way it did. As Dr. Jara exits, he shouldn't receive a severance package. It's pretty insulting for us to even consider that, especially considering that teachers still don't have back pay from over 6 months ago that I recognize is scheduled to be paid, but we still don't have it. So that's a little bit insulting. After seeing Dr. Jara off, there should be a superintendent search process, as there normally would be. Simply appointing someone who was his right-hand woman is the kind of action that makes us a failing district, and it'll only lead to more toxicity in the school district. So I thank you for your time.
Bayless, come on up.
Hello, ladies of the board. James Bayless for the record. I guess we're just mainly here to talk to his contract, and it's pretty easy to explain on a legal matter since Luke will love me. 43%. That's what he got his contract on, but we're missing the 47%. That'd be a violation of FAPE. That's a violation of federal law alone. With that being done, that'd be a violation of the contract alone since it was under false pretense. Therefore, it's illegal in the process, so even with the signature, it's still illegal, so he shouldn't get it. So therefore, yeah, because remember, she rushed ahead of the SPED thing, so if you guys excluded the SPED kids under that evaluation, that would be violating FAPE right here. And with that being done, that makes an illegal contract. So therefore, yeah, excluded. Tell him to have a good day and tell him to go back to Florida where he belongs. Have a good one.
All right, colleagues, that concludes public comment for this item. We're now going to move on to the discussion portion before we move on to action. I just want to take a note and remember that Trustee Williams is on the phone. We won't have her jump in just yet, but I'm open to hear from my colleagues. You will need your paddle so that we can recognize you. Trustee Williams?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't really have any comments or questions. I feel like a lot of people have said a lot of things. I think it's important to know that our district has been under a lot of duress over the last, I would say, just 3 years that I've been on the board. I hope that, we go forward from this. I know that this year's an election year. Everyone's going to be a little bit more on edge. I just hope that maybe this distraction is one less distraction. So that's all my comments. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Colleagues? Trustee Cavazos?
Okay. I could say so many things here, but I'm so grateful that our community, all factions of our community, have shown up here. I do not agree with the previous person that said that we do not see any minority folks here. I see a lot of them. I see their smiling faces, and I see them speaking up. So that having been said, on this item, there's a reason that we have a contract. I believe that when we have a contract, it's an agreement. Dr. Jara was part of this agreement. I do not see this request for a conditional, I believe that's the name that was put on it, a conditional resignation as conditional. I see it as a demand, not as a condition. This is not a severance package. A severance package would have been agreed by all of us, maybe in an attorney-client meeting in a closed session. These items were put together by not the entire board, but by, as President Garcia Morales did explain at the beginning, these were put together by herself and two the colleagues, I assume the officers, because I don't know, along with our board attorney, because the board attorney represents the entire board. So we have a fiduciary duty to do what is right. We do not have termination for cause on the agenda. I'm not going to go into anything that is disrespectful, but it would have to be on the agenda. It has not been agendized, and I was not part of that conversation. So to give my colleagues time to also speak, I hope I'm not the only one speaking, I want to share with you just kind of what I expect to be kind of a perfect summation from the dozens and dozens and dozens of comments that I got. And I so apologize to so many of you that I could not get back to you, but I did not want to give you a canned response that just said, received this, or I noted this, or your opinion noted. I wrote back individually to as many as I could. But I want to read this. It's kind of, and this is from an educator. It's ironic how every single position in CCSD is advertised and vetted, from our kitchen workers to central to custodian to administrator. But are you going to let the superintendent just slide, out of the district with this big payout? Why does he get to dictate that? We don't get to dictate that. Does a support professional or a teacher get to do that? And what world? Equitable labor practices. Even other districts in the state right now, are going through a vetted community process. Our kids, staff, and community deserve the respect and right for a search, and this is not on 2.01, they deserve basically to be listened to. So I'm going back to my transparency and accountability. This educator is afraid that we will have close to 2,000 vacancies coming this fall if we do something like this. So I am going to urge my colleagues to please listen to you that are here, to the many, many, many communications that were sent in, because we deserve to represent you. You are our bosses. Thank you so much.
Please hold your applause. Thank you very much. Trustee Sparza-Strelfikin, I believe you were in the queue. Did you raise your paddle?
Thank you for noticing, President Garcia Morales. So having been one of the newest members on the board, I really will say that we were hoping to have more an inclusive voice, and that has not been provided. It's been restricted. But I do want to talk about my role, and I think the role as we should be understanding is we do have a responsibility, whether you're appointed, whether you're elected, in a fiduciary sense. And I want to really echo some of the comments from the community, because as a former leader, they say that your priorities are laid out by the budget, and that shows your true intent of what is important. So I want to bring us back to what's important, and it's our students. And it really, as a former educator and believer and leader in this system, and I left it, it really breaks my heart to know that we are not going to be able to provide the services for Care Solace, for Hazel Health, for UCF to our students, regardless of whether that is federal funds or not. Now we're putting that on the backs of our communities and our leaders. And so I did the math, because that's what I do. I like to crunch numbers. And the amount, if we went forward with the original intent for being releasing for over 500,000, someone mentioned it, I think Mr. Lester mentioned it, thank you for that, is 8 social workers approximately, could be 5 counselors, could possibly 5 teachers at the top of the scale with the new, the rate. And then this really was impactful when I looked at the number potentially, and these are estimates, 12 support staff. Could have been instructional assistants, because our classrooms have such high vacancies and we have long-term substitutes and they need those instructional assistants. Potentially campus security monitors, because our schools need safety. We need bodies on our campus. They are missing people, and that's a concern. Student success advocates. So I'm just saying to you that our kids are not okay, and we have a responsibility to our community to listen. And yes, we have been listening. I know in my role, I've been on the job for a month. I'm doing the best that I can to take all calls, to meet people in the grocery store. I will hear you, and I will listen, and I will represent with what I can say. And so if I had the opportunity, I would say let's pause. I think we've heard that as well. To do any due diligence, why are we rushing? Just because we have an individual that we supervise and he's making a choice to leave, we don't need to do it on his timeline. Take a pause. Let's reevaluate where we are and what we've been given. We need to evaluate this deeply and not make a decision perhaps today. So I want you to think about that, because again, I don't have a vote, but if I had one, I would not be paying him out. I would say, let's stop, let's investigate, let's review all that's on the table and not use his timeline, because we supervise him.
All right, trustee. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe trustee Guzman is in the queue, followed by trustee Watson, and then trustee Satori.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I also was looking at the amendment that he proposed, and especially during public comment, because I was listening. One of the things, though, is that if we reject this amendment, which, my colleagues, if that's what you want to do, that's fine. That means that the agreement that we originally have with the superintendent would commence, and he would stay until June 20th, 2026. So I just kind of want to make sure that we understand what the agenda item is. That's fine. Whatever you want to do is fine. If you want to reject the payout, you can reject the payout. Just know that under the agreement, it specifically says under number 2, the term of this agreement shall commence on June 19th, 2018, and conclude on June 30th, 2026. Now, as someone who sat on the dais on October 27th, 2021, and was part of the 4 votes, I embraced this opportunity. So I just want you to know that. I feel like this is a pathway forward for us, but if you disagree with me, I appreciate that and I want to hear that.
Trustee Watson?
Thank you, Madam President. Just for the record, when we talk about listening to the community is here tonight, and we need to listen to them, and they have spoken loud and clear that they will accept the resignation of the superintendent, but they don't want to pay out. So I just want to reiterate and stress that that's listening to the community, especially since we've going from Focus 2024 to the student outcomes focus. Thank you very much.
Trustee Zamora?
I'm going to defer to Trustee Johnson because I've already spoken, and then I'll speak after they have.
Forgive me, Trustee Cavazos, I meant Trustee Zamora.
So I'm definitely speaking on a place of privilege. I want to take a step back because I was there in the audience 2 years ago, speaking up and being with you all, and I am in a different position now. Lisa, you said if we disagree to let you know, and I disagree with you. I think as much as we talk about moving forward, this is definitely taking a step back just because I believe we should have not done an amendment and the resignation all in one agenda item. I think it would have been a different story if we would have separated that, but joining it like that, that's a lack of transparency, I believe, on a personal level. I'm gonna keep it short, but just letting you know, Lisa. Trustee Guzman, sorry.
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. Trustee Satori?
Hi, thank you. I just want to say, since joining this board, I've really tried to come on just with an open mind, not have any preconceived biases or notions, just try to absorb, listen, research, and I definitely have read every single email, the posts, everything, so I definitely want to take the time to listen to our community. And like was stated earlier, my apologies for not being able to respond to all of them, but I want everyone to know I do read them, I do look at them, and it does make an impact because I've kind of fluctuated a little, because initially hearing it and coming on and knowing all the background, I thought, great, I would love nothing more than to part ways, move forward, and my initial response was, if that requires a buyout, okay, let's move on. I want to see us come together and move on. But really, I will say I have been, listening to the community, and I feel like we should hold him to the contract that he has, and it sounds to me like he's ready to resign. Do we really think he's going to continue under these circumstances, or people make requests. You can make an ask, you can make a request, and if people will give it, great. But if we don't, then he has to make a decision of whether he's going to continue to work under these circumstances and with our community, or if he's going to say, okay, I still resign. So, that's just my opinion. I believe that we should hold him to the contract.
Trustee Johnson?
All right. Can we dialogue? Like, we can ask you a question, so we can just get clarity. So one of the things that I was trying to understand, and I remember from the first part of the discussion, you mentioned the context and how you had been approached by the Speaker of the House, et cetera. And so who initiated the initial conversation around resignation? Did you approach the superintendent and then kind of place the idea, or did he yield to a request?
Trustee Johnson, I want to address simply, and I'm answering your question, but I'm also going to expand a little bit more just simply because this is, if you've been on the board, for our colleagues who have been on the board last year, it was a extraordinarily very obvious, and I'm sure you were attentive to also what was happening in the community. There was a call by state leadership for Superintendent Jara to resign. Personally, that was really for the superintendent to resign, there were a lot of personal attacks towards the superintendent, towards me personally. I am. I'm working on that. This is precisely the challenge. And I'll say this, and I don't know how else to make it more clear. There was a mutual decision. No matter, I don't want to have to exercise my responsibility to ensure decorum in this room. I'm very grateful that everyone is here tonight and wants to be heard, and we've heard you. This was a mutual agreement. The pressure to ask him to leave is significant. And as I looked at where we were last year and where we need to go this year, I couldn't help but to this is the perfect opportunity for us to separate ways. We just thankfully finalized the agreement with one of the major agreements that we've been working almost a year on for our licensed educators. And we're ready to move on. I absolutely believe that.
So, I think the order of operations is important in this situation because had he not been in prison, I get that the term, like the final decision was mutual. So you have a relationship with a partner and you break up and you both agree, but someone comes to someone first. And I think that's important because had we not come to him, he might have decided, I'm going to weather the storm and I'm going to ride it out as Trustee Guzman said, I'm going to ride it out until 26, and it'll be rocky. I will continue to not, I'll continue to go down the path and I'll do the work as I need to. But if provided the opportunity, like the open space to then say, okay, we believe because of public pressure that you should resign, at that point, then he's given the opportunity to kind of give his terms and conditions. To me, that this is like the first step in a negotiation. If we approached him, again, if it was a true resignation where he came and said, this pressure is too heavy, I don't want to continue on because of public pressure, et cetera, I think we're in a different situation. But he agreed to the terms after we approached him. And so now I think we are in a space we have to think about what is the path forward with this negotiation, because we've asked him to do something that he may not have been considering. We don't know what he was considering because he didn't come to us with this. We came to him with this. And so I just think that's an important distinction for us to consider here, and I think Trustee as far as the staff again said it, we don't have to necessarily take the timeline. We can say, we have other options aside from what's presented. I just don't want us to think we have a false choice. And if we agree that this is the direction that we should go, then, we agree to that. But I think we need to determine, we need to look at the picture holistically and what did we create because we approached him with the situation. And now how do we move forward with the best possible solution, given what we've heard from our community members, what we see that might happen if we go on with this in this manner? I just don't think there's a reasonable expectation that we can expect collegial work, given what we've just kind of heard from everyone. But we also can't be, we can't look at the amount of money and think that it's irrelevant, right? That's a dollar figure, and it's a significant dollar figure, even to a $2.5 billion organization. So I guess that's what I would ask us to think about, right? Like, we don't have to make this specific choice. I think we should think about, we created this situation. He's now acquiesced and said, okay, I will do what you've asked. I'm giving you some terms, but we don't have to accept said terms just because they've been presented to us. We have the opportunity to, I don't know all of the legalese of what we can do today, but I do know that we can go back and forth with a negotiation as necessary and say, this isn't going to work given what we see, but we definitely don't want to have to agree to these terms, because these terms aren't, they're not conducive to what we can do as a community.
Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd first like to say thank you to the mayor and the Henderson City Council for allowing us to have this meeting here. Thank you. I appreciate the business community being here as well. It's important. Thank you to everyone who sent an email, a text message, a phone call to be able to state your opinion. So thank you. And I want to say thank you to my colleagues who were involved in the conversation. I was not, but that's part of the trust that we need to develop amongst each other to give you the benefit of the doubt. I do want to say that in the last couple weeks, I have been to Preview Las Vegas. I have been to the LVGA meeting to talk about the future of where we're going as an economy, as a Southern Nevadans. And I think that we need to take that into consideration. I agree, Trustee Brooks, that there is a lot of history here. There's a lot of people who have put the superintendent in that kind of position, a lot of animosity. But I'm going to tell you that people are paying attention outside of this room on how we determine who we pick as the next leader. So we need to keep that in mind, because the people that are going to come forth to speak, still on the other agenda items, we need to think about the kind of leader that we're going to attract. And if we're not unanimous in our decision, it's going to continue to divide and cause a wedge between, the 7 of us and the 11 of us, right? And we invested in ourselves a couple of weeks ago to talk about student outcomes. We said that we were going to be committed to go to the community, not just certain stakeholders, but other stakeholders that Ben and AJ are putting together for us, because we all gave our input and did our homework, and go out and get that information, because Southern Nevada, we are rebounding, and we are one of the most attractive spaces to attract companies at high wages and at high skills for our students. So we need to keep that in mind. I am having a hard time stomaching the amounts. I know it's hard for us to have this conversation in front of everybody watching and talk about our business, but I would say that if we do not do it diligently, I agree about cutting our ties. We're in a pivotal moment right here. We can either make it a circus, or we could really be the board of trusting one another to pick the next leader. And so I would accept the resignation. I cannot stomach the amount. I would want to have a conversation, like Trustee Johnson said, about what are we actually asking, and then bring it back. But I do know that we need to be swift, we need to be decisive, and we need to cut our loss and move forward. And that's going to take a lot of courage. but I do trust my colleagues. I've appreciated being here for 12 months, and this is either going to set us up to do those student outcomes that we were talking about or not. And I think we're on that path. And so I just appreciate you guys that we're having this in front of this discussion in front of the public, because I know it's not easy. And it's not like the legislature where you get to talk in the caucus and then come out with your position. But a little extra time with what Trustee said about making sure that we understand the conditions, I do support cutting our ties and moving forward, because as Southern Nevadans in this region, we're headed in a monumental moment with our economy, and we need the leader to know what we value and how we want that person to interact with the community. So that's my 2 cents.
I believe Trustee Cavazos is in the queue, followed by Trustee Brooks.
Again, I will defer to if you have not spoken, Trustee Brooks, you can go first.
Thank you. Trustee Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Bustamante Adams actually stole many of my points. We just committed to 2 years of work focusing on student outcomes. To do that, we need stability. We have already started this, but it doesn't seem like it's definitely not going to be here in 5 years, right? So it doesn't seem like you would want to embark on this journey with somebody that you know is not going to be here for the whole time. And to clarify, just point blank, that the superintendent was the person that was approached. So he is willing to stay until 2026. If that is what the community desires, but based on what I'm hearing, I don't think that's the case. I also don't think it's productive. I think that there is so much animosity in this state right now. I hate to say this, but we should just tie it to him and let him walk out the door. Because the people who are actually advocating for this and who are saying that we should take a different path, it wasn't that long ago that they actually approached me directly and said, pay whatever it costs. Now they're moving the goalposts because, I just don't think that is, man, that's not fair, right? You advocate to walk someone out the door, pay them 100% of the contract, and it happens, we actually compromise, because I agree, I think all the way his contract would be kind of insane. So this is a compromise. And it's a compromise he was willing to take, but now those same exact people are saying, don't pay him anything. So I want you to keep that in mind, that there's not going to be a solution that actually anybody, even if they say they're happy right this moment, that they're actually happy with, because they just move the goalposts. And that's it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to ask Chris. I know you know. Thank you. Trustee Cavazos, I believe that you were next.
President Garcia-Miles, did you wish to make some remarks first? Okay. All right, most of this has been said. We've heard from you loud and clear, and I do not agree that, respectfully to my colleagues, everybody is going to have a different opinion. We are not the ones who have been the main part of dividing this board. I'm going to say that right now. I did not know until Trustee Brooks was kind enough to let us know right now that it was, I don't want to assume anything, but that it was the superintendent that was approached. It was mentioned that there were calls for the resignation by the Speaker of the House, Steve Yeager, by many different entities. However, I do not recall seeing Speaker Steve Yeager call for a buyout that was, I believe it's going to be something, don't quote me on this, I don't know the exact number. It's not $395,000, it's somewhere about $460,000 with benefits, et cetera, et cetera. That's close to $500,000. So, and again, in respect to my colleagues, because I know that this is very difficult, It is not difficult for me to speak in front of you guys. I would have every single meeting in front of you guys if I could. It is difficult for me when I am left out and other colleagues of conversations that should be together with our board attorney who represents us, but is representing us with these items that have been put on the agenda, not just this one. So I do not see this as an embraceable concept, and I cannot support a payout. He has a contract. He's supposed to give us 90 days' notice on this contract. I have to agree with other folks who have said, yes, he does have the option to stay till 2026 under the current contract. Do I personally, speaking just for myself, think that he will? No, I don't. I don't. That's just me. I've only been a therapist for 20 years. You know, I've kind of had a little bit of experience on this. I just don't think that he will. So we have heard you loud and clear, but there are some troubling aspects that have come up tonight as far as how these items even got on the agenda, and I'm very troubled by that. So I will have to say right now that I absolutely would be willing to accept the superintendent's resignation, but it would not be conditional, it would not be a demand, it would be with no payout whatsoever. Because I don't believe no, please don't do that. I want to finish speaking and then I'm done. It's just because I believe a contract is a contract. He was part of that contract. And I don't believe that when our support professionals, our educators, they cannot dictate what their golden parachute is going to be. And so I don't think he can either. I just don't. Thank you.
Trustee Esparza, Strofigan?
So having read my binder and binders, by the way, there's a lot of them, and gone through the training, which I'm grateful to the district and the leadership. They have been very amicable and meeting the staff, very hardworking staff. So I want to ask a question. It did state, I believe, because the conversation was had, maybe there's just clarification, and because we're going to do this publicly, was there opportunity for us to even have a meeting with with board council as a board when that decision was made? Because I was never privy. I don't know if anyone else in this space had that opportunity to have a conversation about what was being discussed with her.
Thank you, Trustee Esparza, Strofigan. That actually is, I'm going to begin to answer that, and council can fill in here. As I shared earlier in my remarks, I approached two other members to discuss this particular item. Because of open meeting law, we are not able to have this discussion with all the members in terms of where they stood. We did have a closed-door session after before the item posted, if you remember that, the Sahara Building, with all trustees present, and that was led by council. Council provided information about the items that were going to be posted that afternoon.
So I just want to make sure and clarify that even though I may have been physically in that space, I was not asked about my opinion or how I'd weigh in. And so I just want that to be put on record. And so that was not up for discussion, even though we were permitted to have conversation about the agenda item.
Correct. None of us were asked. No one, aside from the individuals who knew that we're bringing the item, were asked for their opinion or insight. That was intentional. We discussed that during closed session, and we ensured that we said that we would agree to having a public discussion about this item due to open meeting law. I believe, Trustee Zamora, you're on the queue.
Just want to ask a question. Could there have been a closed session before you approached the superintendent to let the board members know, since he's our one employer?
Thank you, Trustee Zamora. I'm going to turn it over to council.
No, we needed the resignation from the superintendent before I would be allowed within the bounds of open meeting law to call the closed session, which I called as soon as I got the resignation letter.
So, President, you didn't have to speak with the board members before approaching him, before that letter of resignation. That's my question.
I spoke to 2 other members. That constitutes, help me stay under open meeting law, ensure the avoid an open meeting law complaint or issue. And the way that I notified the board was through the closed session after I received the letter of resignation. I
So
don't, go
For
ahead.
the future, for any other employer we might have, the president of the board can just make those type of decisions in approaching without speaking to the rest of the board?
Trustee Zamora, this is why this item is before the board, so that we can have a discussion and vote on this item. I actually would love to think about the last time this happened. The last time this happened, I believe that the president brought this item, also spoke to 2 additional members, brought this item to the board for a discussion and for a vote. Okay. Trustee Cavazos?
I wasn't sure if Trustee Zamora was done. Okay. I'd like to ask our board counsel, Nicole Malish, to weigh in. And Nicole, if you wouldn't mind speaking into your microphone, because we could not hear you very well last time. So can you elaborate a bit on, because I believe that President Garcia Morales was going to have you weigh in. It would be very helpful if you could weigh in on how this came about in representing the board. And I want to go back to something that, in fairness to Trustee Bustamante Adams, that say that she was not part of this. So clarification usually, because I'm a past president, it would be the vice president and the clerk, the officers that are usually consulted. So at that time, you said that you were, because I believe you were the clerk at that time.
That's incorrect, Trustee Cavazos.
Okay, can you go ahead and correct me and elaborate, please?
It can be any 3 members of the board per governance policies.
All right, and can you go ahead with my original question as far as how this came about and your part that you played in this?
Yes, once I received the resignation letter from the superintendent's attorney, I called a closed session and discussed with all of you, because that opened up the door for me to be able to call a closed session within the bounds of NRS 288 and 241.
Okay, so that would have been last Tuesday, January 31st. And so before that, there would not have been any conversations? And I don't want to delve into anything that is privileged, because I do understand attorney-client privilege, but would there have been any other conversations having to do with the 3 trustees and the superintendent?
I was approached by President Garcia Morales, letting me know that there were 3 trustees interested in putting the item on. But at that point, I was already in receipt of the resignation letter from Superintendent Jar's attorney.
All right. I'm just very confused and puzzled. I've been on this board for 6.5 years, and I've never seen anything like this. And as President Garcia Morales pointed out, when I was president, yes, I did consult with 2 other board members, but there were not a number of what is appearing to be, I don't want to make an allegation that is absolutely not true, but the appearance is that there were several secret backdoor meetings, and I know that that does not sit well with the community. So this is why I'm asking council to weigh in. Thank you. I think that we have really heard loud and clear from our community. Thank you.
And also, as you know, within the bounds of NRS 241, less than a quorum of you can meet.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I believe we've heard from, Trustee Johnson is in the queue.
Trustee Williams also wants to be placed in the queue.
Thank you.
She can go ahead, she hasn't spoken.
Trustee Williams, go ahead, and then Trustee Johnson.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to, everyone's kind of made their comments already, so I would at this time like to make a motion to accept item 2.01.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. You, to be clear, I believe you're asking for a motion to accept item 2.01.
Yeah, I'm making the motion to approve item 2.01.
Trustee Williams, Trustee Cavazos is asking if you are approving the item as presented.
Yes, I'm approving the item as presented. That is my motion.
Thank you. We have a live motion on the floor. I will see if there's a second, and then we can continue with the queue and then ask for the vote. Is there a second? Trustee Brooks? Thank you, Trustee
I'm going to
Brooks.
second the motion.
Thank you, Trustee Brooks. Okay. Trustee Johnson, I believe you're in the queue.
All right, so I know the process, we discussed how the process came about. I think, I just want to make sure, we don't have to accept these terms as they are listed. We can still try to figure out a different path forward. I think what we've all heard is that asking the superintendent to continue with his employment is not tenable, not, for one, or like at this point, he's determined that he doesn't want to do it. For two, at this point, our community is determined that he's not the right leader at this point in time. And so we recognize that that's not tenable. I think the thing that we still have the opportunity to determine is how do we part ways? You know, several have talked about the dollar amount. It feels like there's some figure in between where we stand, what's been presented, and what the community's asked for. There's a figure in between there. But do we have to make that decision right this second without any additional negotiation to determine the best possible solution? Because it feels like we're backed into a bit of a corner, but we're putting ourselves in that corner.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Johnson.
So I'm asking, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. Obviously, I can't vote here, but I just think it's good for us to go through the thought exercise of like, what are our other options? Can we be any more creative about how to make sure we move forward with, and I appreciate Trustee Bustamante Adams saying that we have to be swift and decisive, but that doesn't mean we have to do it immediately. Like swift and decisive doesn't mean, you know, we've had 7 days and we couldn't talk to each other about this until right now. So I think we just have, maybe there's more discussion of like, what is the middle ground right now so we can all move forward, understanding that the path to having him continue is not that, right? Like, that's, I think we all agree there, given where we sit.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Johnson. I want to acknowledge that we have a live motion on the floor. And Trustee Watson also wants to provide some remarks, is that correct? And then I'll respond to, attempt to respond to your question.
Thank you, Madam President. Just real quickly, when did we approach him about resigning? That, just for timeline's sake.
I believe in my opening remarks, I said that I approached him earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, last month. Okay. Trustee Cavazos is the last comment before we ask for a motion, and I still have to respond to Trustee Johnson's questions.
Did you want to do that first? I just had a quick question. We are being asked to please state, in the interest of transparency, who were the 3 trustees, and were these meetings held with Speaker Yeager and Superintendent Jara by the 3 trustees, or just by our board president? But I think the committee has a right to know who those trustees are. Thank you.
Go ahead, Trustee Guzman.
Thank you, President. I am one of the trustees meet with Yeager. The way that this came about was that President Garcia Morales brought to me this issue that we were going to lose someone very important on the team, and she was wondering if I was willing to have a fresh start, move forward, look at the district in a different way, and yes, I said yes to all of that. Because that's what my community has been asking me to do. And so I don't know who the 3 trustees were that met with Speaker Yeager. It was not me. But what I do know is that when I was approached about this, I thought that this was a positive pathway forward. Now, have I heard the community? Absolutely. And I appreciate it. And I've read everything, and I know you checked me to make sure I read everything, and I did. And so, yes, I was part of the three. It was myself, it was President Garcia Morales, and it was Trustee Brooks. And they asked me if I wanted to look at a positive pathway forward, and I do. I still do. I still think that as a board, we can look at this and figure out a positive pathway forward. If we didn't do it the way that you think is a positive pathway forward, which Trustee Zamora told me I didn't, then that's fine. Then let's find one. But I don't want us to think that this was done as a backdoor deal. It wasn't. It was very conscious. We were talking to each other, wanting to make sure that we were doing positive things for the district. And to be honest, I just, I felt like I was finally being heard. And so I thought that it was a good pathway forward. So I hear you. I've heard everyone. And will it change how I'm thinking? Probably. Because I am also listening to our training. But I also want to hear what you think is a positive pathway forward. That's why it's done at a work session. This wasn't done at a board meeting because we can't have these kinds of conversations. We have to have this kind of conversation in public due to open meeting law. So if this is not the positive pathway forward that we thought it was, then tell us what you think. Because that's why we're doing it in work session. I was asked, why in work session? This is why. Because we need to know. I was part of the three that put it on the agenda last time. We had to do it very formally because, Linda, you're a very formal president, and you made us put it in an email. Absolutely, totally understand that. This was not done formally, but it was still the same process. It was still with the same thought process that we just want to move forward. We want to do what's good for kids. We want to follow what AJ has been teaching us, and I honestly want your input. I want to tell the community I'm grateful to everyone who called and texted and emailed me, because I read it all. I did take the time to answer the calls because I care. But I also want everyone to understand that because I care, that's the reason why this is on the agenda. And so if anyone has anything that they would like to say, please say it.
Yes, and we have Trustee Sparza-Strofigan in the queue. Colleagues, I just want to remind us that we have a live motion, and we need to, I don't want to have to call a question just yet, but I'm hoping that Trustee Sparza-Strofigan will be the last one before we take a vote.
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. Didn't think I'd be the last comment before a vote, because I was hoping we wouldn't have to get to this space and really come up with a compromise and other options. I want to follow up with Dane, Trustee Watson's question. I really want to be clear on when that conversation had been had with Superintendent Jara specifically, like what month. I don't need a date. I'm very concerned because as a new trustee, I did swear in as an oath, and I want to make sure we're not violating any part of this process so that it can come back to us, and he could come back to us and try to strong arm for more additional funding from our district. So basically my question is, what exact month did that conversation happen with Jara specifically?
January.
Thank you, trustee Sparsa. Stroff again. Thank you, trustee Guzman. All right, colleagues, we have a motion on the floor to approve item 2.01. That is motion by trustee Williams, a second by trustee Brooks. I'm sorry, what is the confusion? What's the, okay. We have a motion on the floor to approve item 2.01, motion by trustee Williams, second by trustee Guzman. Excuse me, Chris.
Second by trustee Brooks.
Item 2.01, the resignation of the superintendent, discussion and possible action on the approval of the conditional resignation of acceptance for the third-party agreement to the employment agreement between the Board of Trustees and Dr. Jesus Hara. Colleagues, we have a motion on the floor to approve, accept item 2.01, motion by trustee Williams, a second by trustee Brooks. Members, please cast your vote. Trustee Williams.
Aye.
Trustee. You put it around. Trustee, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. Trustee Williams.
My vote is aye.
Thank you. Okay. To be clear, we have 3 yeas and 4. Four noes. That motion does not pass.
I want to speak to it.
No, actually, I'm going to ask council, can I enter into closed session at this time with my colleagues? Okay. Very good. Colleagues, at this time, we're going to go back to the back room. I'm asking for a recess in order to have a closed session.
Can we set a time limit on the recess?
I will make before 7 o'clock.
I'm sorry?
We will be back before 7.
You gotta give them a time. Time. You have to give them a definite time.
You have to give them a definite time, she says.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be entering into a recess until 7 p.m. Thank you very much. This meeting is recessed until 7 o'clock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back from recess, 7:04 PM. Just to circle back on the last item, item 2.01 failed. We're going to continue to move on to item 2.02. That is the termination for convenience of superintendent employment agreement, discussion and possible action to direct board counsel to give written notification of termination for convenience by board for the existing employment agreement and amendments thereto between the Board of Trustees and Dr. Jesus Hara. This is for possible action. This is an action item, and we welcome public comment on this item. This is 2.02. We do have individuals who signed up in advance. The moment we begin taking individuals into public, once the first person begins, we will no longer accept taking yellow cards. So we'll wait for those last couple of ones to come in. And then we'll begin. Colleagues, if it's okay with you, we will go straight into public comment 2.02. Okay. First up is Jose Solorio, followed by Terry Schumann. Okay. Terry Schumann will pass, followed by David Gomez. So Jose, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Jose Solorio. Probably like many, I'm a little bit confused as to 2.02 versus 2.01, and I know I can't ask questions, but I will talk generally about how I believe at least portions of the community that I help might feel. So, we are currently in a contract with the superintendent. That contract has provisions. And whether we want to terminate or not terminate would depend on those provisions. And do we have cause? Do we not have cause? Some of the discussion already happened. So I'm concerned about the cost if we take this into litigation and it becomes a conflict. And so there is a cost if we accept terms with the superintendent. That cost is about $1.50 a student. Going into litigation could be a lot more than $1.50 a student. So I think that's something to consider. So again, the other thing is turmoil. You know, one thing I want to see this board do is minimize turmoil as much as possible, but you only have so much control over that. And the turmoil that comes is maybe for lots of different reasons. And the people here are part of the community, absolutely. But do they represent 100% of the people within your community that you represent? So who else do you represent that's not here tonight that has a voice? That would be parents, children, voters who elected you. So there's a bigger community than the presence we have here. Although all voices are important. I'm just thinking, as an individual, coming to an agreement with an exiting superintendent in a good way, everybody wins. But we go into litigation and it's not in a good way, everybody loses. So I just want to leave that thought there. And I applaud you for doing what you do, both board members. Well, you're all trustees, but elected trustees and appointed trustees. Those who are elected, you represent people in a certain district. Those who are appointed, you represent people within maybe city jurisdictions or county jurisdictions, both important. So continue your work, and I'll sit back and watch. Thank you.
David Gomez, followed by Yolanda Washington, Jessica Jones, after David Gomez in the event that Yolanda's not here.
David Gomez, Nevada Peace Alliance president, former president of Wake Up with Marzette Lewis, former deputy director of LULAC out of Washington, D.C., also former legislative helper. I don't want to say what it was, but I help a lot of things with the 469. But going into terminating him, it's at your prerogative. But I do see that there is a divided board, and I see that there are so many things that have not come to play and that I've watched over the past 20-some years as I defended every single bus driver that has called upon me for not $1. Not $1. Enter into the investigative tours without nobody telling me for nothing. And when they're about to be terminated. You know, I was there with Marzette Lewis when we had to build Charles I. West Prep, and we fought, and they told me when pigs fly. And I said, well, get one and throw it off the roof and see how far it flies, because we're going to build this school. We're going to build this school for these people in Lois Turkana and King. But besides all that stuff, because I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of things to say that hasn't been here for a very long time because they don't even remember when Wet and Wild used to be on the side of Sahara. But, there you go. My father built Carpeteria, and that was back in 1977. And I've been here a very, very, very long time. I have 7 children. So if you decide to terminate him, that's fine. That's okay. That's such a prerogative. But like Mr. Frazee, I think it was, I can't remember his name, he got up here, Lasario. I agree with him. I agree with him 100% what he said. He took the words right out of my mouth as far as that. I respect everybody's opinion, regardless of where they stand, how they stand, and what they do in their life. It doesn't matter. People come in here and they heckle, they do things, that's okay. But at the end of the day, you know what? We're all under God's rule. I don't care what nobody says. I don't care what nobody says about that. God controls everything. And whatever happens, whether you terminate him or you continue on with this contract, that's up to you guys. Thank you.
Yolanda Washington. Jessica Jones. And James Bayless.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent. For the record, again, my name is Jessica Jones. I'm a very proud kindergarten teacher on the east side of Las Vegas, and I also have the pleasure of serving as the Secretary of the Clark County Education Association. I oppose this item because Superintendent Jara should not be terminated for convenience and paid out his full contract. Superintendent Jara should be fired and not given a dime. He has pending litigation against him currently, many scandals. Both the Nevada Department of Education and the federal government are investigating his misuse of federal COVID relief funds. We also believe that the superintendent defamed CCA president and CCSD employee Marie Nices on Twitter, which they now call X, and then lied about it. Superintendent Jara has misled this board, our community. He's caused complete chaos in our district. It has harmed the 300,000 children that we serve. This is the scandal. I can already see the headlines in tomorrow's paper. I believe that this rises to the level of violating Section 7C, parentheses 3 of his contract, which states in part that an act or omission constituting malfeasance or non-malfeasance in office is grounds for termination. I believe that there are other grounds for termination for cause that are commonly recognized by law, such as the inability to provide the students of Clark County School District with a quality education, the inability to provide many students with qualified educators. Again, we're going on 26 consecutive months with over 1,000 vacancies, and not meeting many of his own goals, which he is measured on. Last board meeting, I think it was Trustee Watson, you asked when was the last time he was evaluated on any metrics, and it was in the fall of 2022. I think that this board should start the process under Section 7D of his contract to terminate him for cause. You need to hold your one employee accountable for his complete failure to the children of the school district. They have one chance at an education in pre-K through 12. And earlier in my first speech, I gave a lot of stats. Again, 40% chronic absenteeism. Not many children are proficient in math or reading. They are struggling. MAP scores are stagnant, and there is no plan to get them better. You need to hold him accountable. Please fire him for cause. Thank you.
Is James Bayless. James Bayless, you're up. Followed by Michael Yan and Jim Frazee.
Hello, James Bayless for the record. So I guess this is about his agreement. So I'm going to touch base on a few parts of the agreement. First part, I spoke to him personally, my family, part of the Global Alliance, and I spoke to the Prince of AUE. He agrees that anything that he does that makes the Prince not stay face should be a direct violation and basically removed. If you're making the Prince look bad, he needs to go. When you're making the Global Alliance look bad, he needs to go. And since we're arguing about his agreement, Luke, our last meeting, you remember the packet I gave you guys? Thanks to Miss Williams showing me that article, which proved to the fact, if he wants to argue his contract, you can get him for embezzling. Let him argue.
Mr. Bayless, you know better. Come on.
I'm just saying, that's a good argument. Leave without the money or get locked up. Hey, it's a good choice.
Don't address Miss.
I apologize. So as far as the agreement, well, I know he misused his place on the board a few hundred times as far as the school board and the Global Alliance. He bullied the very mayor standing in this very building for my son's situation. using the Global Alliance's power to do it. So if we're gonna say this contract needs to go, the Global Alliance contract also needs to go. I personally spoke to my uncle, and I'm working on getting Miss Williams to take his seat on the Alliance. I think she would be the most see fit to take care of his business, obviously, that he couldn't do. So I would elect you guys to actually take care of that the quiet way, because either way, I can get it done my way. So I would recommend it being done. And as far as other science projects in high schools, we should probably keep top secret ones out of the curriculum. Be a good idea. And as far as agreements, I think as far as Global Alliance and the school board, the man's been here. We were obviously here in October. A lot of people wanted him gone. We should have had him gone then. The fact that all the schools he closed in 2018, no protocols. That's why we're dealing with the shit we're dealing, excuse my language, the stuff we're dealing with now. The school not being safe, the staff being not safe, the kids. Because of him withdrawing that money, paying it to the Global Alliance to get his butt in a seat is why we are dealing with the crap we deal with. 2018, when he withdrew that money and closed out those schools, created a massive security issue for the whole system. There's your problem. So with that being done and not staying face to everybody here and not doing the proper protocols to make the prince look good, he violated his contract in itself. With that being done, it's when not a void. So whatever's written there is pretty much, you might as well say it looks like a crayon. And it should not be a void if the contract was a void when he started. With that 43%, again, that was done under false pretense. With the 43 and not excluding the 47. So if you write a contract under false pretense, it's not a void in itself. So therefore, yeah, he shouldn't get a dime.
Michael Yan, followed by Jim Frazee. And after Jim Frazee, we have Camilla Bywaters.
Thank you, Madam President, trustees. For the record, my name is Jim Frazee. I'm a high school teacher here in Clark County, and I also have the honor of being vice president of CCEA. No, no, no. Trustee Brooks said earlier that we keep moving the goalposts. We keep moving the goalposts. No, trustee, we do not. Superintendent Jara keeps on fumbling the ball backwards. It just appears the goalposts are moving. Okay. I can tell you this, I like Henry David Thoreau's statement that consistency is a hobgoblin of little minds, that you should keep an open mind and change it as the facts change. There has been no bigger supporter of Superintendent Jara than myself in the early years, but he asked to be judged on his performance, and that's exactly what we're doing. I expect him to show up for work tomorrow, as you should expect me to show up for work tomorrow. There are so many items, scandals, whatever you want to call them, surfacing around him that he deserves to clear his name and stay in and fight if that's what he chooses to do. If he chooses to walk away, that should not be with taxpayer dollars. Okay. Madam President, you said that this is personal and all the personal tax. I can assure you there is nothing personal about this for me. It is based on performance. I thank you for your time and I ask you to vote no on this. Thank you.
Camilla Bywaters, followed by Dr. Beamel. After Dr. Beamel, Greta Blunt Johnson.
Camilla Bywaters, President of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators, Chair for Education for the National Action Network, Co-Chair for the National Association for Equal Justice in America, and I'm also a candidate for the Board of School Trustees for District E. Total opposition for this agenda item, and it's even more disheartening when there's like this $1 million agreement that we've learned has possibly happened in a discussion before following the proper protocols. Some may see that, some may call me an angry Black woman, and I'm going to embrace that term because my education at Howard University doesn't teach me to allow a leader who has brought no results to bully us into believing that he needs to be paid millions of dollars for bringing no results. $1.2 million is an insult to the teachers who had to fight for an increase. 1.2, whatever the $1 million are, is an insult to the Black families that come before LAVAPSI often because their leader has not supported them. Have you sat with Black and Hispanic mothers crying because their child is about to be expelled unfairly? And we're gonna say that the superintendent deserves $1.2 million? Yeah, I'm angry. Yeah, I'm angry. Because why? We have given somebody a job to improve the conditions of our district, and we've made it worse, and we've seen that today. The chaos that is created in the room, and I have criticized the chaos that has been created before in this boardroom. There is no way that we can allow this to happen. We have seen, this is the first time in a million years, I'm going to say, that we have seen board members listen to the community. And we're hoping that you continue it because 2.01 and 2.02 is a bully move. I'm going to not show you results. I'm going to do what I want to do and tell you how to pay me for things that I haven't even proven or shown. When the superintendent was evaluated, we literally had 4 pages of an evaluation to show what can you show in 4 pages? Teacher evaluations are way longer than that. It will be a disrespect to students, a disrespect to their teachers, a disrespect to the support staff, a disrespect definitely to the people who say that working in the yard is like being a slave. To give this person $1.2 million to change the trajectory of his family, and you have people over here in the district who say that working for this district.
Dr. Bemol, are you still here? Thank you. Is Greta present? Greta. Okay, after Dr. Bemol, we'll have Vicki Kreidel. Vicki? Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Bemol for the record. Termination for convenience. Should that even be a thing with investigations pending? It seems the easy answer is no, and with the community riled up, the answer should be a resounding no. Teachers are allowed to use their sick days. As teachers, if we don't use our sick days, we get paid approximately $4 a day for them at retirement. That feels like a late night commercial where I'm rescuing an elephant on a reserve. $4 a day. My daily rate for a sub is way more than $4 a day, and I'm sure the superintendent has a much higher daily rate than myself. I'm not an attorney, and I don't play one on TV, but I don't understand how with investigations pending, Section A is not coming into play. It's here in the documents you provided in black and white. Additionally, in the event Dr. Jara tenders his resignation while an investigation relating to his employment is pending, Dr. Jara is not entitled to receive any wages in lieu of notice or administrative leave, blah, 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 blah. Table this idea for convenience and really think about what this looks like to the public, because it's not a good look. The public is already distrustful. Much of what's happening tonight is very scary. These are the stakeholders. We, CCSD, need them to trust us. They already don't. So think about what you're doing. Please vote no. Thank you.
Vicki Kreidel, followed by Walter Jones.
Good evening. Vicki Kreidel, NEA, SN President and Reading Strategist for CCSD. I urge you not to terminate the superintendent for the convenience of the board. If his resignation isn't going to happen, do nothing. You said you were concerned about the vitriol, but he's actively fed into that. He's created this mess. Please don't use our dollars to help him get out of it. We teach our students how to have personal responsibility. If you make mistakes, you own up to them. Let's help him be personally responsible for his actions. Don't take this action. And honestly, if it's true that someone in the Nevada legislature came to you with this idea and gave you the idea to find a way to get rid of him, then let's ask the Nevada legislature to fund it, because they seem to have no trouble funding a lot of other things. Thank you.
Walter Jones? Yep, Walter Jones, followed by Anna Binder. Anna, are you still here?
She's next door.
Oh, okay. Anna Binder, and then Alexis Esparza. Go ahead, Mr. Jones.
Hello, everyone. Walter Jones again, the third Vice President of National Action Network. Once again, something don't go your guys' way, you leave, stalled everybody out for an hour. What are we going to do? 7 of you guys are elected in. What are we showing the constituents? Every time it's a problem, if it don't go your guys' way, you're going to leave? You done that when they talked about firing Jara. His whole staff got up and left. Come back to the next board meeting, you guys voted a new president, then turn around, he gave his whole staff, all of them, 75 to 100% raise. But then it took you guys 9 months to get a staff a raise. So you guys need to start thinking about what's more important. Like I said before, start putting the kids and the staff first. This meeting started at 4 o'clock. And you got mad because it was 4 to 3. And now you call it a 1 hour meeting. That's unacceptable. Get this stuff together, please. Thank you.
That Anna Binder is not present? No, right? Okay. Alexis Esparza, Mr. here. Okay. We're going to move on to yellow cards. Individuals who signed up. We're going to start with Laura Janine Penrod, followed by Sarah Evans.
All right. Good evening, Madam President, trustees, and Deputy Superintendent. My name is Laura Jeannie Penrod. My journey as a high school educator has spanned 17 years in Clark County School District. I am the current 2024 Nevada State Teacher of the Year. I have taught disciplines ranging from special education, English language learners, as well as English language arts, and I currently teach Nevada State's dual credit at Southwest CTA. I am a passionate educator, committed and veteran teacher who values my district, community, and being an educator in CCSD. I have formed strong relationships with our community and continue to advocate for and with them. I would like to take a moment to share my thoughts with you during this time of possible transition. We are in a moment of change that can truly be transformative. It sounds like we need to move forward as a community. Leadership matters. Though I would prefer we don't approve this, we need to refocus as a community on what matters, which is our students, our educators, our families, and our community, and the future of CCSD in Nevada. Community has not been seen as a partner, but as a threat. And administrators, teachers, and students have paid the price. While we all have our part in playing the role of making things better in CCSD, this moment is an opportunity for everyone to take a breath and reset. Whoever is ultimately appointed to this leadership position moving forward deserves to have the support of the entire community behind them as we heal and move forward. Taking the time to conduct a search, listen to the community, interview candidates, build trust, and develop a shared vision, including invested partnership, is the work we need to be doing now. To simply move past the real challenges, the hurt, because it's deep, and possibilities of this moment would be a disservice to everyone who shows up every day to make things better for the young people in our community. How might we bring the community with you on this journey to truly give our next superintendent the gift of that support and to reinvest us all in the recognition that we can be the change we need to see? Thank you.
Sarah present? Sarah, yep. followed by Ernest Mackey. Ernest?
Good evening. My name is Sarah Evans, and I'm here today with SCIU Local 1107. As union representing 20,000 workers and their families, many of who are parents here in Clark County, we are seriously concerned with the lack of transparency in decisions involving top school district personnel and the potential misuse of taxpayer dollars involved in any unnecessary buyouts. We have heard repeatedly from parents in the district that Superintendent Dr. Jara has not been properly focused on the needs of our kids. Under his administration, leadership, our students have continued to fall behind. As you know, we still have more children testing improficient in reading and math than those who are succeeding. That is simply not acceptable. The current leadership team, which includes Dr. Brenda Larson Mitchell, has failed to move the needle when it comes to our kids' success, and as such, our entire community, parents, business leaders, educators, and students need to be involved in the decision-making about their next superintendent. We need real transparency, not secret deals that happen behind closed doors. Anointing another individual from this failing administration as superintendent without substantive community input would be a huge mistake by members of this board. We urge you to take the time necessary to hear from members of this community. Giving Superintendent Jara a buyout right before he is required to turn over data from his Twitter account also strikes many members of this community as suspicious and irresponsible, particularly when Twitter data may prove that Dr. Jara made a misogynistic tweet directed towards CCEA president. This board and Clark County taxpayers will be far better off utilizing patience to let the facts come out. When our kids are struggling, we cannot afford to hand out golden parachutes to our top executives. The issues facing Clark County School District are significant, and they go far beyond one bad actor. We need structural reform and that hold district leadership accountable and restore confidence in our schools. Thank you very much.
Ernest? Ernest, followed by Rodney Smith, and then Daniel Bello.
Hello, board. Good evening. My name is Ernest Mackey, and I'm gonna have to change my speech a little bit because I don't want to repeat the same thing everybody else is saying. So, you know, when you have a little virus, it trickled down. So it's not just Mr. Jara need to go. It's the people who followed him and knew what he was doing. It done trickled all the way down to the high school and other schools, especially Las Vegas High School. That staff, it really need to go, especially when they're directing the kids. Don't go home and tell your parents what's happening at the school, especially when there's physically actions going on there that's inappropriate. They set your kid down and tell them, you better not go home and tell your parent or else there's consequences. You guys need to investigate and check out the virus from some on this board who supports him, all the way down to superintendents who sitting in here, all the way down to the school. And right now at this time, I'm gonna take further action. I've been telling you this for over 2 years. I'm gonna continue to come and put this in front of you. After next week, when my kids get to counseling, after 2 years, because you all been denying it and turning me back around, just like hitting a brick wall, you got 2 more weeks before action is really coming down on you. Thank you.
Rodney Smith. After Rodney, we have Daniel, and then Christian Kiliani.
Good evening, Madam President, Deputy Superintendent, trustees. Thank you for giving the people an opportunity to speak to you tonight, and thank you all for listening to the people tonight. I hope that this is the establishment of a trend. I typically prefer not to come to these meetings, but this particular meeting, I was asked by many people from my community to come and represent them on this particular issue. You see, the last time I was here before you, and there was another issue with Superintendent Jara, He told me to judge him on his performance. Well, there's been some time past, but his performance has not changed. Our district is still pretty much the same, and in some cases, it's worse. So the thought of him being released and then be paid for his lack of productivity in our greatest resource, which is our children, would really be a travesty to represent who we are and what we should be doing in the best interest of our children. I believe Superintendent Jarvis should stay for a while, and if he wants to leave, he leaves with no taxpayer money beyond his last paycheck. And I think that that's something that we really need to take seriously because it sets a tone for our children. He told me that children were what he would be focused on and improving the performance of his district. His district is not improved. So has it improved? If he wants to go, please let him go, but not with our taxpayer money. And when people came to me, one of the things they said was, Rodney, did you know that the tapes came out? I said, what tapes? You know what happened at Durango. The thing that he said that when those tapes come out, it would exonerate those police officers. Well, it didn't exonerate those police officers. As a matter of fact, he supported those police officers with what happened at Durango, and the tapes speak for themselves. Superintendent Jara does need to go, but not with extra taxpayer money. Thank you.
Is Daniel present? No. Chris? Come on up.
Good evening. Let me just start. I do apologize, Madam President, for talking out during that. That was not appropriate on my part. I am going to read, so it's clear what this agenda item is for. Termination of agreement by convenience. The board may terminate this agreement by providing Dr. Hara with 30 days notice, written notice of the termination. In the event of such notice, the agreement shall be ended on the 30th day. Dr. Hara will be paid all salary and monetary equivalent of employee benefits owing to Dr. Hara under the term of, or extension of this agreement. Other than said payments and the payout of accumulated benefits as provided in paragraph B, the board shall have no further obligation to Dr. Hara under this agreement, which means it does come to about $1 million in what you would be paying out if you do this. I would suggest that you add maybe fiscal notes so that people would actually see what the numbers are, the impact of what you're looking at budgetarily. Now, if I go to the other portion of his agreement, termination of resignation by superintendent, there's a clause that says, in the event that Dr. Hara terminates his agreement with an effective date which precedes the end of the term of this agreement or any extension thereof, Dr. Hara shall not be entitled to any benefit that accrues at the end of the term of the extension. Perhaps an item should be brought back using that language with the resignation that came in so that there's no additional pay that's made to him. And that may get you to where you wanted to go, which was try to calm some of this down and try to move forward. But it doesn't treat him differently than anybody else. In addition to that, if I look at the letter of the resignation, I know the attorney said that it went to her, but it's on CCSD letterhead and went to the board secretary. Be that as it may, you do have a letter of resignation that you could take back up and consider, but do it in a more appropriate way and then move forward if that's what you truly want to do. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues, at this time, entertaining discussion. Begin with Trustee Williams in the air.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll go last. I'll let everybody else talk, and then I'll chat.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Trustee Guzman?
Thank you, President Garcia Morales. I would like to start our discussion with a motion, because I'd like to make a motion to approve a conditional termination for convenience with a request for council to negotiate alternative terms to the termination for convenience clause of his contract.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Do we have a second? Trustee Cavazos?
I would like to second the motion and ask the maker of the motion if she would consider making the motion a little bit more specific. Is she saying that we're going to bring this back to negotiate for a monetary sum or to negotiate for no payment of taxpayer funds?
Trustee Guzman?
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. I think that we are entering into negotiations, and with negotiations in the contract, I think we take a look at all of that information. Obviously, with the last vote, we're not going to enter into negotiations with the last amount, but I am open to anything, actually, because what we're looking at is a conditional termination, right? We've basically said we don't want to accept his resignation. So what I am trying to do is direct the attorney to enter into negotiations and bring it back to us.
Thank you for that clarification, Trustee Guzman. Then I would offer another modification. Could we bring that back? Let me think how to word this correctly. Could we bring that back as an agenda item of a termination with cause instead of convenience?
That's not my motion. So if you would like to make a motion for that, you can. But my motion is to approve a conditional termination for convenience with a request for council to negotiate alternative terms. So if you would like to, since I don't have a second, if you would like to make a motion, you can.
We have not allowed. Thank you very much, Trustee Guzman. I'd like to hear
Madam
from colleagues.
President?
Yes, Trustee Williams.
Thank you. I'm sorry not to, it's kind of tough to get into a queue here. But I wanted to ask council if we're even able to do that because it actually contradicts his current standing contract. I believe we can actually ask the council to go back and negotiate a deal, but we can't negotiate a deal based on his current contract.
Council, did you register that?
I couldn't fully register that, but let me answer, and maybe if she can hear us, that'll answer her question. You guys can stay within the bounds of 2.02. Trustee Guzman's motion would have been within the bounds of 2.02.
And also President Garcia Morales, I was not done talking.
Did you second that?
I didn't get really a clear answer. I think Trustee Guzman was attempting to state that I could make a separate motion, but I was trying to get an answer whether the negotiations would include a monetary payout, and she accommodated me by stating she didn't know. So I would basically be withdrawing my second for her motion. I just wanted to put that on the record so that we are following protocol. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cavazos. I believe we understood that it's not, that it was, that you did not have a second. So I am currently seeking a second for.
I'll second, Madam President.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Okay. Colleagues, we have a motion by Trustee Guzman, a second by Trustee Williams. Trustee Guzman, can you please clarify again the motion for me?
Yes. My motion is to approve a conditional termination for convenience with a request for council to negotiate alternative terms to the termination for convenience clause of his contract, for the convenience clause of his contract.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. All right, colleagues, this is our motion. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I see, thank you. That motion carries 5-2. Colleagues, we are now going to move on to item 2.03. This is an action item. We do have individuals who signed up in advance, and if anybody who would like to speak on this particular item has not submitted their yellow card, please do so now.
Can I have a point of clarification from council before we start this, please?
Yes, please.
Council, since we have not terminated the contract and we have asked you to go back and negotiate, would we table this agenda item until that has been completed and then bring it back?
That would make the most sense, the way the item is as written, yes, that would make the most sense.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make the motion to table this item.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. I see a couple members in the queue.
Point of
Brooks?
clarity?
Yes.
Do we actually need to make a motion, or can we just move on?
Excuse me,
You
Council.
can just take no action.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I see no action. Okay, very good. To clarify, we do not need an action for this particular item, but however, I see Trustee Cavazos in the queue.
Can you clarify that, please? When you are saying that we are taking no action, are you talking, can Trustee Guzman clarify, and the attorney? For everyone's clarification here, because I don't like to change the rules as we go along, which we seem to do sometimes. So what exactly is being tabled? And we already voted on this, so can council please clarify?
There's nothing being tabled. is my
There's nothing being
understanding.
tabled.
No, no action is being taken. As we sit here right now, no action is being taken on 2.03.
Okay, so 2.02, we were not referring to that because I immediately heard people in the audience asking.
2.02 has passed.
Thank you.
With an amendment.
Thank you so much.
Council, at this time, can we move to the upcoming, the next section? Yes. Public comment, excuse me, on items not listed on action items on the agenda. Colleagues, it looks like we have some individuals who signed up in advance for this item. 3.01. Moving on to item 3.01, this is not an action item. However, individuals who have not had a chance to submit their public comment cards, please do so now. We'll begin with the individuals who signed up in advance. David Gomez, followed by James Bayless, and then Camilla Bywaters. Mr. Gomez, before you begin, just allow me a moment, please. This is I recognize that there are individuals who would have spoken in item 2.03. We are not having that item. However, if you would like to still provide public comment, you can provide that at this time. I just need a notification, some yellow card that has someone's name, people's name on it, if you want to speak on this particular item. Once Mr. Gomez begins speaking, I will no longer accept yellow cards for that. So just hold tight, Mr. Gomez. So if there are members of the audience who would like to speak, please help me by grabbing a yellow card, or thank you. Okay, thank you very much. We will, I've already called Mr. Gomez to come up, so please go ahead. Oh, we still got some folks. Names, just names, first names, last name are okay for this. Thank you, that helps us keep track and allows staff to ensure we provide names correct, right names correctly for the minutes. Thank you. I think we can begin, Mr. Gomez. Come on down.
Are you sure?
Mr. Gomez.
All right. David Gomez, for the record, president of Nevada Peace Alliance and the father of 7 children. I wanted to clarify something because I said something in the beginning, which I really meant when I said it. And I don't see 33% of East Las Vegas here. My trustee is Brenda Zamora. Me and Mr. Solero don't make 33%. So because they're not here, obviously the whole community is not here. So I just want to make sure that's clear because there's a lot of people in the west side of Las Vegas as well that are not here. This is way out in the other side of town. A lot of them don't have cars. Some do, some don't. They don't have the expenses to put $6, $5 in the gas to drive all the way over here to have a voice in this measure. So when I say that some of the people here that do represent their groups, they do, but they do not represent the whole entire west side of Las Vegas, neither the east side of Las Vegas. So anybody that says they are here, they're lying to themselves and they're lying to everybody in this room. Because those voices over there help fight against Prime 6, 6th grade centers, and a lot of other things that happen over there. And a lot of people want to say that they're here. I'm sorry. You better take a kite and go fly it out somewhere else. That's crazy. That's insane. So, I feel bad for Miss BLM, because I know they were about to come up here and crucify her. Everybody's good at doing that. They're good at saying, we want him, we want them, we want this. But the first time you say no to their narrative of rifting somebody or helping somebody do something, when you have 4 people that are controlling something somewhere, I'm telling you right now, those 4 people are the same 4 people that are holding their pitchforks and their torches. And they're out there spreading all this stuff. They don't know what it is. Everybody says, oh, I've been here, I've been here, I've been here. Listen, hold on. You got to stop coattailing writing. Because coattail writing don't get you nowhere. There's a lot of people here that put a lot of work into a lot of things to make a lot of things happen. And I'm going to tell you right now, when I said earlier that people need to face their giants, I really meant that. Because you're not the giant. Neither is JARA, neither is BLM. The giant is their insecurities, their inabilities, and their anger towards what they cannot have in this district. That they cannot manipulate a person, manipulate you guys, or manipulate anyone, period. Because they want what they want. And I can guarantee you, I can point out some other issues where some friends made sure some friends are sitting somewhere.
Did I call Mr. Bayless already? Yeah, come on through, please.
So,
thank you.
James Billis for the record. So my topic on here is basically family problems. So since since we're in Henderson this time, ironically it pertains to the city. What if I told you that during my investigation through my saga and how I got through, how I ended up over by Flamingo and Lindell, Dr. Jara paid out actually gave somebody a raise and then a great promotion over a company I'm not going to mention because I don't want to put tarnish here because I actually love this city. But there's a company that was pertained to his pride and joy Ironically, their parts guy got a promotion and a raise to blackmail one of the federal witnesses, and ironically, my fiance. We're no longer together, which was due to him. And ironically, I have witnesses from my beloved omelet house that I love to go eat at that's in our town to testify that Dr. Jar is the one that usually does it. This would be the gang stalking that the rumors through town, all the different rumors that we have that are actually stem from this city. And ironically come from him and people he gets people promotions, give him raises, and hell breaks loose. So that would be something I would actually address to Henderson and the council that they need to rectify, because that does need to be fixed. I want my home back. So that's kind of where we're at on that. So aspects to be is, as far as his agendas and everything, let's face it, the man since he got here has caused us problems. He's caused you guys a lot of problems. He's made problems for a lot of nice ladies that it shouldn't have been a problem for. And my trustee, which I still love to death, even though I know she has a lot of headaches, and I don't blame her because I know the hands were tied. And a lot of you guys I hear that are not planning on coming back, I really wish you guys would, if we can get rid of the problems, because then maybe we can actually get some things done without hands being tied. Because 9 times out of 10, a lot of the problems were because you guys were told no, and it wasn't by us. So now that he's gone, hey, can we get your brother in cuffs? That would be great. Because Jar's not protecting him now. We need him. I need him personally. Well, I'm only pretending because it's Henderson. There's still a warrant waiting for him. But that would be beautiful, because I know how much you feel about the man, but he did what he did wrong. It's his fault. Don't let it fall on you guys. But I love you guys. You guys have a great day, and obviously have a great night. And thank you for getting rid of the pain in the butt.
Camilla Bywaters, followed by Dr. Beamel and Walter Jones.
Camila Bywaters, president of the Las Vegas Alliance of Black School Educators. Tracy Lewis is the vice president, education chair for National Action Network. Culture and climate. As we've moved on and we think about leadership, it is absolutely important that we ask ourselves, is the next leader beyond a fancy resume? We can show you doctorate degrees, PhDs, master's degrees, and all this highlight, but we need a person who can impact culture and climate and bring healing to this district. There is a lot of information in public comment where you can see where community members, students, families, staff members have complained. So my ask is, what did the deputy superintendent do to influence or change any of those instances and circumstances? We just heard a gentleman come up and say that Valley High School is hot like hot peppers on fire. So as we look for another leader moving forward, and that conversation will come up, the question has to be, the person who you're considering or thought you were going to consider, what have they done to influence the person they were working with? If you couldn't influence the superintendent, you can't influence nobody else. Not in a way to improve the system, because how I work, when I work with my vice president, we're both influencing the game. I don't have to worry about what Tracy's gonna do because I know that she's gonna do the right thing by students. She don't gotta worry about what I'm gonna do because I'm gonna do right by students. We don't know that right now because we have not seen the data improve with the 2 people that were in leadership. We have not seen the culture and the climate improve with the 2 people that are in leadership. So why in the heck would we consider keeping the same old regime in the same place when we're trying to improve this district? If you really care about improving this district, we would look for a leader who's beyond degrees. We need a holistic approach and a person who can bring healing to this district because we have experienced trauma. my understanding, and we get reports about this, Lavapsy, is that the deputy has meetings with the principals. Did you talk to them about culture and climate? Did you talk to them about some of the principals out here are causing havoc in their students' lives? Did you talk to them about the havoc that they're causing in parents' lives? Did you talk to them about our families who are linguistically diverse and they're struggling to communicate? Did you talk to them about that? No, you didn't, because we still have problems and issues in this district. So when you're thinking about the next leader, it needs to be beyond degrees. It needs to be about education, healing, capacity to bring culture and environment.
Dr. Bemo? Walter Jones? I don't believe Walter is here anymore. Or Anna Binder? Okay, and we'll move on to yellow cards.
Good evening, Dr. Tiffany Beamel for the record. Before I begin, I would like to state that I am a veteran teacher. I'm not white. I don't work in a suburban school. I work in a Title I school. And the look back would have financially benefit a teacher like me. I haven't talked about my personal struggle with the contract, pay freezes, or any of that. But it's disingenuous to say that it wouldn't have helped a teacher like me. On the negotiated CU system, I needed more than my doctorate to move columns. More than my doctorate. Just sharing that because recordings and depositions and bickering and fighting and backroom conversations should not be why veteran teachers continue to be left behind. Back to my story. I wasn't permitted to speak on MAP's presentation at the will of the board president last meeting because it wasn't an action item, but that's okay because the presentation made me really sad. And I wasn't ready to talk about it anyway. I needed to dwell in my sadness. I tell my students that they are more than test scores. They are more than the arbitrary standardized numbers that are printed on the booklets they receive on PSAT or ACT or AP exams. I always stress that it doesn't matter if they get 100% every single time. They should be proud of themselves for showing growth. Page 9 of the reference materials for that meeting, however, show no growth. No growth at all for middle school students in reading. It's the opposite of what I tell my kids. We need to show growth. There was no growth, and that's completely draining and depressing. Absolutely no growth in any category. The next page then showed that 1 in 4 high school students is reading at grade level. That's more depressing. What future are we preparing them for if only 1 in 4 kids is reading at grade level? What businesses will want to come here if our high school graduates can't read? We need more teeth in the game. In middle school, they have no finals. They only have 1.5 classes they need to matriculate to high school. I don't know what's happened since I was in middle school at Garside, or my daughter was in middle school at Cashman's Magnet program, but there's got to be a better way to prepare these little folks for high school and help them show growth, to get them in the growth mindset, to prepare them for the challenges they will face, and to push them into the next phase. Because what's happening and what we high school teachers are seeing is not working. No homework, no classwork, social media, phones, earbuds, defiance, fighting, it's crazy. We can throw all the fancy Tier 1 curriculum at them we want, but if they have no buy-in, it won't matter. No growth. No middle school demographic showed growth. That's sad. We should all feel sad. We kill these kids with tests, we demolish their love of learning, and for what? For no growth. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Bemo. I just want the record to reflect that one of the last speakers mentioned Valley High School, that no one mentioned Valley High School. I believe it was another high school. All right, I believe we have some yellow cards, individuals who signed up in advance, signed up today. Mayor Romero, followed by Mary Beth Sewell. Mayor, thank you for allowing us to use your space.
Good afternoon, President Morales and members of the board. Welcome to our chambers. I'm Michelle Romero, Mayor for the City of Henderson. It is rare for me to make a public comment before other boards, but I'm here today because quality education is of utmost importance to the residents and businesses in Henderson and is a strategic priority for the city. Choosing our next superintendent is a critical moment for our entire community. Frankly, it is no surprise that you are considering a decision on superintendent without any public comment. After all, you voted 2 weeks ago on an unlawful policy that silences the voices of the newly appointed trustees and arguably the legislature by ignoring the intent of AB 175. The lack of performance, communication, or any real progress that we've seen from our leadership over the last 5 years has been infuriating, and to settle for more of the same is unacceptable. Today, you have an opportunity to change the course of the district and the legacy of your leadership. I implore you to do the right thing and postpone the decision to conduct a transparent and thorough hiring process. The entire community is watching, and they deserve to have their voices heard. We need you to show true leadership in this moment by performing a fair, nationwide search to find the best superintendent for our schools. That person could come from across the country or from within the district, but we'll never know who may be best suited for the job unless you make it an open process that includes all interested candidates. We need someone who will collaborate with all stakeholders and have honest conversations about what's working and what isn't, regarding student achievement, school safety, teacher recruitment, retention, and funding. There are excellent teachers leading our classrooms today, and they deserve a superintendent who will encourage them to do their very best work and to fully invest in their students for the future this community deserves. We expect teachers, administrators, and staff to provide a positive learning environment for students, so you must act now to build a positive work environment for them. The culture shift needs to start at the top. The families, teachers, administrators, and support professionals in Henderson and my grandchildren are counting on me to stand up and speak for their interests and to demand your very best. The prosperity of our community hangs in the balance, and our students deserve nothing less.
Mary Beth?
Thank you so much. Good evening, President Garcia Morales and members of the school board. For the record, my name is Mary Beth Seawald, and I am the president and CEO of the Vegas Chamber. As you know, the Chamber has been a longtime partner and advocate for student achievement across our entire community. As a partner, we believe that for the next permanent superintendent to be successful, the Clark County Board of School Trustees must conduct a thorough and comprehensive national search. We need the best possible person with a proven track record to lead the school district for the sake of our children. We should not limit our search by geographical restrictions. For this board to fail to do a search for the next superintendent would be unprecedented. It would be unconscionable, and it would be a disservice to our students. It would lead this entire community to question the ability of this board to effectively direct and manage K-12 education. It would send the message that this board is not open to the wishes of the community and that it is unwilling to explore new ideas and thought leadership. Our entire community is watching. Just this week, the Vegas Chamber held a K-12 education forum attended by many business and community leaders who absolutely care about the fate of our students. They also have a vested interest in the direct impact that public K-12 has on the economy, our workforce, and our ability to attract new businesses to Southern Nevada. It was very clear at that event that the quality of our K-12 education system is directly connected to our future economy. And it is certainly connected to the future of the 300,000 students who depend on you for their success. At our event, we asked what qualities the community wants in the next superintendent. Their responses were this: inspiring, leader, proven, accountable, student-focused, compassionate, communicative, intelligent, tenacious, experienced, transparent, and dedicated to serving our community. Our next superintendent must be a convener and consensus builder to address the numerous challenges that exist within the school district and to understand the different student needs across our diverse community. We urge this board to take into consideration all of these factors in selecting the next superintendent. As a community, we owe it to our future generations to give them the tools they need to succeed. And when future generations can succeed, our community thrives. Thank you so much for your time this evening. We at the Vegas Chamber and the business community are looking forward to this school board conducting a national search for Clark County School District's next superintendent. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Cox, followed by Ms. Ford.
Good evening. I welcome you to our chamber, and I do not have prepared remarks, but I feel I would be amiss to sit and not get up as an educator of 33 years and 7 children, 11 grandchildren, 4 of whom graduated from the Clark County School District. Several years ago, I pulled my children from the Clark County School District, and I left the district because of the disappointment of where we continue to be. I had hoped as the board continued to change that we would see better for our community. I appreciate your hard work. I know as a leader in this community that it's not easy, but we need better. Our kids deserve better. You deserve better. Our teachers deserve better. As an educator, really at the end of her time being an educator, please help our kids. We lose focus when we're not thinking about the kids. All of your decisions have to be on the best interest of our children in our community. If your focus is that, you will not go wrong. We must have a nationwide search. And I miss the Brian Cram days, by the way. Can we please find a Brian Cram who will lead our district with compassion, intelligence, drive, and set some goals and reach them? Please. I don't want to be negative. I'm just asking for your help because I am so tired of watching it. I have a 14-year-old who's back in the district this year, and we're going to pull her after the end of this year again. I gave the district another chance because she really wanted to attend a district school. We have great schools in the district. We have great teachers in the district. And while we remain at 49th and 50th in the nation, we have to find a way now. There's no more time for our children. Please, you are our leaders in the education arena. Please get together. The factions that are on our board need to stop, come together, and make good decisions for our kids. I appreciate your time tonight, President Morales and the board, for listening. Thank you.
Ms. Ford, followed by Chris Giunkiliani.
Thank you. Danielle Ford, former trustee of the Clark County School Board. For the record, I don't have prepared remarks. I was waiting to see how this went down, so I just want to share a little bit of insight from when I was on the board and things that I learned. I believe that this entire process needs to be investigated thoroughly. Something I was taught by 2 different attorneys that we had was that theoretically, if Jara was to come up and talk to one trustee individually, we would have to say, or about his employment contract, we'd say, whoa, 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 stop right there. Contact our attorney. This isn't a conversation I can have with you one-on-one. At which point, our attorney would then bring the full board in and say, here's what I heard from the superintendent. So flipping that around, imagine a trustee, an individual trustee, taking the initiative to actually go and have that conversation with the superintendent. That needs to be looked at before any other item comes in front of the public. Having discussions with the superintendent about operations of the district is one thing, but when it is about his contract, that's a whole other line that should not be crossed. The way that it should have gone down is that a meeting should have been called, an item for the public with multiple options. The superintendent should have been here, or that item should have ended. That's the opportunity for trustees to say, hey, I see that you want to resign. Here's what you're asking. I hear you. Could we interest you in this amount of money, this term for the rest of your employment? But him not being here didn't even offer that conversation to happen. Nicole Malich is not an employment attorney. Then your next move needs to be to direct Nicole Malich to contract and retain a third-party conflict-free employment firm. That's going to cost less than whatever it's going to cost to pay out JARA in the future. The school board has continually failed to represent their constituents, continually failed to be good public stewards of their funds. It's out of control at this point. 3 minutes isn't going to cut it. That's why I recently launched my new podcast, Unraveling Education. You can find it at unravelingeducation.com. The latest episode stars Trustee Brooks, Trustee Garcia Morales, yours is coming. I'm currently in discussions about a class action lawsuit on behalf of the Clark County taxpayers against the school board. So if anybody wants to join me in that, or join me in flipping the board this election cycle, let me know. Go to unravelingeducation.com/fightback, and we will be in touch.
Ed Gonzalez will be next.
Thank you. I agree that we need to have a search. Without the input from the public, you will create more problems. You all are going to have to also learn how to play in the same sandbox in order to make sure that somebody even wants to apply for a job. And that is one thing that you've created, these barriers that added to the dysfunction. I have the binders and I have read through all your governance policies. I think you need to throw them out and start over, because the paper became part of your barrier and you were not articulating, you were talking to each other. Well, board policy 4.02 tells me I can do this. You have put up barriers to each other under the guise of governing. And so I would suggest to you, you have a two-prong approach. One is hire somebody, group, whatever, to come in and talk and sit with teachers and ask them what do they like, what do they dislike, what's working, what isn't working. Do the same thing with principals, same thing with support personnel, same thing with maintenance, same thing with bus drivers. Hear from the people that actually work here about what they'd like to see in a superintendent, but what is working and what isn't, and look at the climate and the culture within our schools. Then parallel that to a search for a superintendent. Because otherwise you're just going to get the same old recycled garbage. And this is a great district. It could be so much better. And our kids are great kids, and it could be so much better for them. But the focus seems to be the adults are fighting amongst each other for what, I don't know. You don't get paid well enough. That's a whole nother story. But be that as it may, it always reflects back on the district itself, and that's not fair to the kids. It's not fair to the parents that actually try to show up. So I think you really need to talk about a two-prong approach. I also think you need, with no disrespect, to have an outside attorney that is the board's attorney. You also need to hire a contract employment attorney. And on the last vote, I'm still not sure what you did. So let me see if I got it correctly. Did you say to start entering into negotiations with Ms. Malich, who's not a contract attorney, under what framework, what dollar amount, what? I would suggest you bring back an agenda item to give her someone direction. I think you really do need a contract attorney of what should be done there. And then that contract attorney could be utilized to go through the current contracts and see where there's weaknesses in the termination language, where there's weaknesses in the hiring language, the evaluation language, so that you have a different set of eyes that actually work in that area that will be guiding you as you put something together for another person. But no matter what, with no disrespect, do not hire someone other than an interim on a short period basis and do a complete search. But do a deep dive into the climate and the culture that's going on in our classrooms before you start that.
Ed Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. For the record, my name is Ed Gonzalez. I do sit as a community member on the Hickey School Elementary organizational team, and I am a former member of the Robert Taylor School Elementary organizational team. Before I get started, I do want to thank my mayor, my councilwoman for speaking today, Carrie Cox and Mayor Michelle Romero, or I should say Councilwoman Cox. My concern here is, boy, this has been a meeting. But my concern is also the transparency that what we saw. I do agree with the motion that Trustee Guzman brought forward, which is if you're going to terminate the contract of the superintendent, and it's clear that 10 out of the 11 members on here are not supportive of the superintendent, that can't continue. So instead of having the first part of what is the dollar amount, things of nature, that's a better motion. And I think the issue I have is the transparency of how this all took place. You know, the idea that a trustee would go to the superintendent and talk about a resignation. One, we have conversations about how an individual trustee can't act for the board. I don't think that's appropriate, even when it's the president of the school board. But there's also other things I'm concerned about too. We heard that there was legislators, legislative leadership, the speaker was involved on this. I want that transparency too. What was their role in this resignation or changing the superintendent? Because I think that is just as equally inappropriate. So I would like the school district to release those records to say what was the legislative leadership telling you guys and what pressure was put onto you. But I also think the biggest issue that I have right now is whether this board does a interim or a permanent superintendent, is we need to have some community input. Look, I think about what happened at Rancho High School. They have a new principal. That SOT had a town hall. They got community impact. In fact, my understanding is that they're interviewing tomorrow for the principal meeting with the SAS. That team got more input than what we are going to get for a superintendent in this district. And, you know, I'm going to be honest, I don't know you, Deputy Superintendent Larson Mitchell. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of comments here, but you know what? That's unfair to you. If this board wants to put her in an interim, fine. I would just like to know more about you, besides the resume, and that's not anything on you. I would like to know what her vision might be. Is it going to be the continuation of what Dr. Jar did? Is there going to be some changes? Is she going to go a different route? I know people here mentioned about Brian Cram being here, but I'm going to mention Walt wasn't bad either. He was a good superintendent as well, if you remember Walt. But the idea that we just want to know what's the next step here? How do we move forward, right? I can grandstand here all I want, but that's not the point of this. What's the next step when we do this? So if you're going to appoint an interim, or if the choice is going to be Brenda Larson Mitchell, I would like to know what her vision is. So with 10 seconds, Madam President, I guess I'll yield back. Thank you.
Yvette Williams, followed by Rudy Zamora, and then Stephanie Gamecho.
Good evening, Madam President and Board. And I want to first say, Yvette Williams, Chair of the Clark County Black Caucus. But I want to first extend my congratulations to all of our new board members. I see many familiar faces, but I'm really excited that you are part of this board and look forward to the work and contributions that you will make. I wanted to speak on 2.03, but I'm going to put that into my public comment. I did send emails to all of you, so you should have that email from us. So on behalf of Clark County Black Caucus, we understand that public is not always aware of information privy to you and your board concerning negotiations of the superintendent and his departure from CCSD. Therefore, we do not believe we are able to weigh in with full knowledge. However, we adamantly oppose any decision to appoint a CCSD superintendent without the full participation of the public through community engagement by our elected officials and those appointed. And I don't want to make that division in the future because you are trustees. The notion to move forward without community engagement and participation is contrary to the precedents already established in Nevada and undermines the basic tenets of our democracy and public representation on such an important issue as education in our district. After all, we all have a vested interest in student outcomes, quality education, and certainly district leadership and values. CCBC took a strong stand in opposition to legislative efforts to appoint all CCSD trustees and instead supported the current hybrid model. We fear that your decision to move forward without public input would jeopardize the progress made in this regard, putting the future of an elected board at risk once again. In closing, our position does not reflect on any opinion of the current deputy, as we've not been given the opportunity to evaluate their work. However, it is our strong opinion that pushing through an appointment would do them a disservice of having a fair opportunity to be successful if they start their tenure already with public opposition because of your process. They should have the opportunity to make their case to the public and earn their support, instead of having to overcome opposition at the onset. Therefore, we ask that the board exercise patience and allow for an interim role as superintendent to get us through the last few months of this school year by a member of the current executive team that will not seek a permanent role as superintendent, and allow for a search process of qualified applicants with community input. We are happy to submit our recommendation for the
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Rudy, followed by Stephanie Camacho, and then Flor Diaz.
Awesome. For the record, Rudy Zamora, I had a whole thing prepared, but I just want to start off by saying thank you for wasting our damn time tonight. We were here for one thing, and that was to get our input on 2.03. You all decided to toy with our time again because you think that our time is not valuable. Clearly, that's where you stand. I'm also here to say that I think we should open up the search for a superintendent. I started a petition online and I encourage people to sign it. We're up to 900 signers right now, encouraging you all to do your damn jobs and open that for a national search.
Rudy, you've been here in public comment before. You know better than to be disrespectful to anyone in this room. I need you to change your tone.
Okay.
That easy.
I just need you all to do your jobs. I'm saying it in a friendlier tone. Do your jobs. I'm not saying that the deputy superintendent's not the right choice, but we need to open it up. We also heard people in the audience say that community is not here. We have 900 people that agree with me. We have people that cannot drive all the way out here, people that don't have the time to have their time wasted like you all wasted our times tonight. Again, I'm going to close this by saying the search should be open, and if I'm going to be completely honest and open with you all, I don't think this board should be the one that hires the next superintendent, because you guys clearly don't know what you are doing with the one employee that you have fired, rehired, and can't get your stuff together tonight. Again, maybe we should wait till after elections when the three people that are problems are not going to be here. Thank you.
Stephanie, are you present? Stephanie, come on up, please. State your name for the record. Followed after Stephanie, we have Flor Diaz, and then Irma Melina Camarino.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Stephanie Joanna Camarino Merino. I am a student from Rancho High School. I'm here with Make the Road Nevada as a member of their Young program. I urge the trustees and anyone in power to please carefully consider who's the next superintendent will be, and make sure that it will improve the quality of our education. My peers and I urge you to please keep us students' best interests in mind when making decisions that directly affect us. Please ensure that the individual that is chosen will uphold the standards of our education within our district. Thank you.
Flor.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. I'm Flor. I'm a first-year UNLV student and the youth organizer for Make the Road Nevada. And I urge the trustees to please consider the community's opinion when picking the next superintendent. As a former CCSD student and who has family members who are currently enrolled in CCSD, I feel as if we have been failed time and time again. And it is not okay that we are ranked 49 in education. It is not okay how we are trying to spend our taxpayers' money. That should be going into improving our education instead. Our next superintendent should be qualified, to serve our massive community. Know the issues of local Las Vegas students face and have experience improving school systems because that's the least that our students deserve. I urge for more transparency on where the funding goes and to invest more into our student quality education. And I urge you to please listen to our community and not fail us any further. All the students that I organized, I had more that wanted to come and speak, but since you guys are wasting our time, an hour is like it's past our bedtimes. Like I got my little cousins right here, and one of them is asleep. So I feel like you guys are disrespecting us as students. And look, we're literally got last to speak. We were supposed to speak on agenda 2.03, and we did not get a chance. And I take that as disrespectful, and that's all I gotta say. Thank you, guys.
Irma? Ms. Binder, you were on the list earlier. Do you still want to provide remarks after Irma? Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. My name is Irma Melina Camerino Merino, and I am here with Make the Road Nevada in the youth program. As a middle school student of CCSD, I would like to see funding going into bettering the quality of our education. We should be investing in better resources like technology and teacher training. Please keep in mind student success and the betterment of our community. I want someone who is actually qualified. Thank you for listening.
It's okay. Hi. Again. All right. Anna Binder for the record, Madam President, members of the board. I'm sure this was difficult. We all watched it, right? I can't imagine being in your chairs because these conversations are conversations that we all do deserve to hear. So I thank everyone for their courage, for their words, for their wisdom, for their participation. I thank our community again. At one of the last meetings, I think you guys had, either it was a work session or whatnot, you were talking about some of the training and the community meetings that were going to be coming up this year. But I know I didn't come to the meeting, but I was listening. And as you guys know, I was really disheartened because you know how to have community meetings. The district knows how to have them. We've had really successful ones over the years. I know the trustees haven't really had like their parental engagement or their community meetings, at least individually within their own districts. We've had a couple that some of the trustees have stepped forward and provided our community, and they were obviously, as you guys know who attended, they were very much needed. And so as accessible as all of you are by phone, text, email, it is important that you come out and talk to people, whether it's in the community center, our high, any of our schools, our gyms, our theaters. Again, tonight is just a fraction of the people that exist and live and try to thrive in Clark County. And again, I'll just reiterate, it affects my children, it affects our teachers, your children, sure, my grandchildren. And so I think as you guys are planning and moving forward with those, that there isn't a huge gap of time before they start happening, because our seasoned and sitting trustees very much know how to have those, and our new members, I'm sure, are supported by the municipalities in which appointed you, and they have the facilities and the means to help you guys even with yours. But I do appreciate the accessibility, the responses, and the participation that we are allowed, right, in the rules and everything. But I think that we really do need to bring that public comment policy back, because I just drained my battery tonight live streaming, so that the community could see the faces of every single person who took the time to be here tonight to say what they felt they needed or wanted to say. So again, thank you all for this. I know it's not easy at all. And in the future, we can prevent speculation with a little more transparency. I don't know what anyone wants us to do when we only get a crumb and then we're left for a week or two to speculate, right? And we don't like speculation.
All right, colleagues, we're going to move on to item 4.01, the upcoming meeting of the Board of Trustees, Thursday, February 8th, tomorrow, 5 p.m. here at the City Henderson Council Chambers. Thank you, City of Henderson, for hosting us. Okay, at this time, colleagues, I'm seeking a motion to adjourn. Excuse me, Trustee Bustamante Adams.
Yes, Madam President, I move to adjourn.
Thank you, Trustee Bustamante Adams. Trustee Guzman?
I second.
Thank you, Trustee Guzman. Colleagues, we have a motion to adjourn the meeting. Please cast your vote. Trustee Williams?
Aye.
Thank you, colleagues. That motion passes 7-0. Time is 8:36. Have a great evening. Night. Have a great night.